and welcome to Midweek Reading and Productivity Sprints on Dusty Booksnippers. And I'm back. Yes, I've been away for a week and I'm back. And I'm only just back because I could probably sleep for another week. It's a bit that way. But yeah, anyway, I am back. I'm trying to get into the swing of things and it's not really working. And I woke up about an hour ago, maybe a little bit longer, but yeah, I sort of fell back asleep. Anyway, so how has everybody been? I'm just trying to make sure I've got everything here. That's why I'm looking around. I'm so not in sync today. So, yeah, how's everybody been? Let me know what you're reading, what you're going to be working on, all the things. Are you going to be writing, reading, working around the house, whatever the case may be? I'm doing all of the above, except for writing. Oh, actually, no, I've got one review that I've got to write that I've been meaning to write for the better part of a month. So I'm going to attempt to do that today. I have some cleaning to do, some washing to do, all that sort of stuff, the general stuff you've got to do when you get back from being away. And yeah, so it was a busy time. We basically, there wasn't much of a social holiday type thing. I went down to help a friend to pack up her house because she is moving to South Australia, and it was a big job and we got a lot done. So now the stuff that's left is not as daunting as it was. So we got her craft room packed up, and you think I've got a lot of stuff? My friend Gail also doing the same thing that I'm doing, getting stuff now while we're working and all that sort of stuff. So if we should happen to step aside from working and all that sort of stuff, we don't have to really buy anything. So I have to pack up all that. So it was very nice to fondle all of her stuff. And while I was doing that, we finished packing up her library as well. All the books were packed. It was just ornaments and stuff because she's got this vast Harry Potter collection of, those little figurines and that. Well, I don't know what they call them. I'm not into collecting them, so they're not even on my radar. But all these are different things that she's found along the way. There was even a shop near her that had some creaming soda, but they labeled it as butterbeer. So she had a couple of bottles of those. They're empty, but the labels on it and all that sort of stuff. So it was fun to see all of her collection up close. It's the first time I've been to her house because normally we meet up everywhere else and all that sort of stuff because we met online many years ago now. But it's the first time I've actually been down to her house. So that was exciting. So we packed a lot of things. Of course, the day that I left last week, my plant out the front here has thorns on it. And basically, I've joked about that I've been shot by a pygmy because the thorns are about this long. And as you know, a couple of weeks ago, I had the guy out the front trimming all the trees. Well, there was a prong of it caught up in the grass and the leaf because one of the trees at the front drops all the leaves, and it was caught up in the leaves. And when I was walking in, my thong clipped it and it spun it around and it shot three. Like when it spun it around, the thorns hit my foot and did three of them, and one of them has not healed very well. So I'm trying to get a doctor's appointment anywhere to go and have a look. There's nothing in it, and it doesn't seem infected, but I think it's actually hit a nerve. So I've been hobbling around doing all this stuff and taking Panadol like nobody's business. And I didn't sleep very well last night either because I was in a lot of pain. So I haven't, needless to say, I haven't been walking. I can sort of bend my toe now, but my toe is quite swollen and whatnot. So yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. It'll get better. My husband's bringing me some drawing cream because I thought I had some here, but I didn't. So he's bringing some drawing cream to put on it while we wait to try and get in to see the doctors. It'll probably be healed by the time. I think if I hadn't have walked on it as much as I did, it probably wouldn't be a sore right now. But I've actually got some a sandal on it that's closed in, so that will just sort of hold it together, and I should be able to walk a little bit easier. So I haven't been exercising. So I'm going to hold off until Monday because I've got a big week next week as well because I'm away for 3 days next week as well. So it's a hectic time of year. But then birthdays are over now for our family because basically we have Dharma Jane, my oldest daughter. She's out in March all by herself. My son's in February all by himself. But everybody else is from the 8th of August to the 31st of October. So we have Nerily at the beginning of August, me at the end of August, Brendan on the 21st on the spring equinox. Then Savannah is the first week of the 6th of October. And then we have little Miss M, or Mia Cat, as I like to call her, my granddaughter, on the 31st of October. So we're spending some time with her next week. So I'm going down on Tuesday. I'm going to go and hang out at my daughter's house, my other daughter's house, stay the night there. Then me and Mia are going to go into the city and hang out in the city. We're at South Bank. There's like a little beach area there, like it's a man-made. And so she's going to do some swimming. We're going to go to the museum because there is the Egyptian exhibit there at the moment. That's traveling around our country. So that's there from October tomorrow, 25th, sorry. So that's tomorrow? No, Thursday. So Friday, sorry. And so that's there until January. So we're going to go and see that. We're going to go and do a little bit of book shopping with her and get the third Amari book because she loves the Amari series. What else are we going to do? We'll probably go out for lunch with her, do a little bit of swimming. Savannah's going to go and get a cozy because I don't swim. I don't swim and then have to drive long distances. I just don't do it. And I prefer the ocean as opposed to pools. So yeah. And I know there's things in the ocean that can kill me, but I prefer the ocean over a pool any day. So so we're going to do that with her next week, and then I'm going to spend the day with Savannah on Thursday, just relaxing, probably do a bit of reading and stuff like that. And then I will be back Thursday afternoon, ready for the launch of NetGalley November. So, which is super exciting. So if you haven't watched the video yet, the announcement video is on my channel. You can go check that out. I do not have the link for it right now, and I do not have the link for everything else because I basically set up my computer about 5 minutes before I come on. So, because I took my computer with me to finish off work and all the rest of it. And there was some sort of mishap with the video because my intro is missing, but when I went into the software, the intro is there. So I don't know what happened between Filmora and YouTube, and I didn't know until after it had done. And I'm watching, I'm like, where's my intro? The music and everything's there, but the picture's not. So I don't know what happened because I've exported it and I checked the export file and that, and it's there. So it's happened between, taking it from my computer to YouTube. So I don't know what the heck that is. And I'm like, oh, well, you know what? There's already 70 people seen this and no one said anything. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. So yeah, if I can slot it in somehow in YouTube editor, I might do it. But I mean, at this point, does it really matter? Not really. So I have my coffee and all the things. So you're probably wondering what I'm going to read. I did no reading while I was away. I literally listened to the Woman in White on the way down and a little bit of it on the way home in the car, but I ended up turning it off because I wasn't concentrating. I got to page 79 while I was on the plane on the way down. I didn't get as much reading time on the train and all that sort of stuff because I ended up getting a lift with with my friend's husband to the airport. And basically, I didn't get a chance. You can't read, like, people frown upon it when you ignore them and they're talking to you and you want to read. So I didn't read. And we were at the airport for 2 hours before the flight and all the rest of it because we had to drive a long way. If there's an accident on the highway on the way, it can hold you up. So you sort of have to have a contingency of 3 hours. So if I had caught the train, it wouldn't have mattered because it drops me right at the airport. But so I didn't get to do that. So we left at 2:30 on Monday, and I didn't board, so it was 4 hours. And so I hung out with her partner in the airport lounge, which was nice, a little bit different. And and then I went on my way, and Shane went on his way off to Adelaide. And and so basically we left poor Gail behind. But we got a lot done, and that's all that matters. So I did not get much reading done. I have sent a message to you, Jess, about a particular project that we're working on. I need to push it by 4 or 5 days. So so I'm going to this week in the next couple of days. I've got 2 books that I've got to read in the next couple of days, which I can't show you because it's for a project. But I do have these ones, and I was looking at my firebrands over there. So I have this one to finish, which I'm well over halfway through that now. I think I'm up to page 200 roughly. And there's only 400 and something pages in this. So I'm about halfway through this. This will be my nighttime read. Of course, I have done any of this. This was supposed to be finished on the 18th as the group read. I am up to page 100 and there it is, 154. So I'm up to chapter 11 in that. So I've got to finish off The Doctor's Wife. I'm enjoying it so far, and of course I have got to finish this off. I did not end up reading this when I was on sprints on Monday because I was still doing a little bit of packing and sitting down, like packing up my stuff and trying to rest my foot before I had to hobble. So I'm limping and all the rest of it, and it's quite annoying. Like, I'm not liking it. I'm not rating it at all. All right, and that's sort of what I'm going to do this week. So I have 5 books that I need to get finished and 1 to start. So I'm going to concentrate on getting those things finished. The 2 books that are priority that I can't talk about are sitting in the library waiting for me to open them up and start reading them. So yeah. One of them is on Kindle. I actually have the physical book, but I also have it on Kindle as well. So I'm thinking that I might actually just run it through Speechify because it might be just that little bit quicker. Hey Coda, how you going? Thank you for holding the fort down while I was gone. I appreciate that a lot. We also have Saluna here. Hello. Hello, Glenda. How are you? It was a good trip. As I said, got lots of stuff done. Hello, Cassia. How are you? Thank you for being here. And I'm going to say hello. So Luna saying hello. Jess is also here today. I'm listening to Crimson Bound and cleaning slowly. Got off the couch this morning and pinched a nerve in my back, but I'm determined. Oh, I hate it when you do that. Like, the older you get, you only have to sneeze and you can throw your back out. Which I have actually done. I was getting ready one morning and I don't know, I pulled something out of the wardrobe anyway. The dust went everywhere, and like, because it was right in the back, and you know, back of wardrobes and stuff get dusty anyway. I sneezed and I'm like, oh, and I pretty much stayed like that for about a week. So yeah. So you can actually sneeze and put your back out. So yeah. I hated Jess. I hope you feel better soon though. A new view, yes, it is. It is. I don't know what I'm doing, both today and in general in my life. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit that way myself today. Like I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Hello, Sarah. How are you? Thank you for being here. Ouch, the plant thing sounds painful. It is, like, because I think, you know, where you, like, you've got your toe and you've got, like, just here, it's that knuckle bit right at the bottom of your big toe. It's hit that, and ooh, yeah. So yeah, it's painful. Hey there, Sarah. Currently sprinting and reading a Gothic Gunner. Cool. Sorry about your foot. Yeah, it happens. It's just, I would have liked it healed a little bit quicker, but it's just not. So yeah. I mean, I'll go check it out and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Don't forget to go and I'm just going to take the shoe off because it's actually throbbing now. I've just taken some Panadol, so it should kick in. And yeah, so when I'm in pain, I run quite hot, so I've got the aircon going and all that sort of stuff as well. And yeah, so the Panadol will kick in soon with any luck. Coda did a great job filling in while I was away. Thank you for saying so. And I think Coda does a fabulous job anytime. Not even just filling in, just anytime in general. So yeah, and Jean's giving us a reminder to go and subscribe to Saluna because there are live streams coming next month. Hello to Jojo, how are you? Thank you for being here. Everybody's saying hello. Finish Packing Sweet. I loved it at 86% of Homecoming by Kate Morton. It's wrapping up the book club, and I'm on the 31st now. Nice. We had music when this one started. Okay, yeah, cool. No worries. It wasn't this one. No, I'm talking about the video. Hey Chris, how you going? Thanks for being here. What did you think about the Women's Prize dates next year? I'm so annoyed. I seen something and I didn't look. I thought I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to stress about it. I'll just wait until I get home and I look. Although the judges look like a really good selection of judges. I did see the reel for the introducing the judges, but I didn't see the date change. So I will have to have a look. I mean, I'll have to go and have a look. If you can flick me the link in Discord, that would be great. Just in message would be great. Hello to Jean. Hey, Books and Butterfly, thank you for being here. Reading The Apprentice to the Villain and working on my TBR for the 2-month readathon I'm hosting in November and December. Nice. Didn't know about this one. No rush, just take care of you. I messaged you back on, I haven't picked up my phone since I did. Just been hobbling around. And all the rest of it. My husband's just turned up, so we're going to go to a sprint in just a moment. Hello. You're looking extra beautiful today. Thank you. Thank you very much. There he is. Hello.
Yo, going on?
That's Brendan, everybody. He's a book nerd like us as well. So yeah.
Can't live without him.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, don't worry. I just put on. It'll sort that out in a day.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Righto.
Alrighty.
I'll keep moving.
Okay.
Love you. See you. Right,
love you.
See you later.
All right. Bye. Have a good day. I got my package from Les too, so cool. Thanks, hon. All right. So yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I tried. If you had to see me without makeup this morning, I was looking deathly white, a little bit pasty, and all the things. That's my husband who flies in, flies out. Just went and got me some drawing cream and whatnot. I'm thinking I'm going to go out and sit on the patio and read because it's 19 degrees Celsius and we usually have snow by now. Oh, enjoy that. I was going to have a shower an hour ago, but I'm still in bed. Sometimes. Yes, I have live streams if I can figure things out. We'll sort that. We'll sort you out. We'll get you in there and getting all the things sorted and all that sort of stuff. I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say to you then. Anyway, moving on. It'll come back to me. Old lady brain. Are the judges anybody we would know? I don't know. I think I know one of them, but I'm not 100% sure. And as I said, because I was doing all the packing and stuff like that, I wasn't really on social media. And like I've gone into reels and stuff today and gone and checked everything, but I didn't really respond to anybody or anything like that. I sort of just stayed off it. And then by the time I'm finished during the day, because we had other like life stuff to do, we had to take a dog to the vet and all that sort of stuff. And we went to this patisserie. Oh my god, I'm so glad I don't live in that area anymore because I would have diabetes. So, it was such good. She got a quiche. We got a quiche and salad, so that was really nice. And then we went out for dinner on Sunday night, and we went and had a chicken snitty. And on Monday, you heard that I was having leftover chicken snitty or schnitzel, as some people may know it, which is just crumbed chicken, and it's usually fried. So, and they usually in a pub they have like a piece of chicken, like a chicken breast, and they smush it so it spreads out, and you get a piece like a chicken this big, and it's all like breaded, so it's got crumbs around it. And we call it crumbed chicken or schnitzel. And then it's usually fried, or sometimes some places deep fry it. I generally don't like that, but pubs usually just fry it. And then they serve it with chips and salad with a nice dressing and some gravy. And it's so good. Like you get the gravy on the side, so you can put it over chips, put it over chicken. And of course, they're so big, you can't eat all of it. So, And then on Monday night, I had to go to the Manly Boat Club with Savannah after she picked me up. And I hadn't eaten, like I had a little bit of a snack. I don't like to eat when I get on a plane because I take off and landing can make me feel a bit queasy because of heights and all the things and stuff like that. So basically I had a bit of a snack and that was it. So by the time I got to the boat club with Savannah, I was quite famished. So I had another chicken schnitzel, chips and salad. It's healthy as you can. So yeah, but I don't know any of the judges, so I didn't look. Brendan the van man, I used to say, he hates it. That's only because he calls me, what's it, Nikolai Volkov rock and roll wrestler. Like, it just flows off his tongue. I say it and I trip up and all the rest of it. Apparently, there was a wrestler named Nikolai Volkov, I think it is. But anyway, that's what he calls me, Mr. Book Sniffer. Brendan actually named my channel. And that, so well, he helped me, so yeah, he's a bit of a book sniffer. He reads just as much as I do on that, except he reads audiobooks because he's in the truck all the time. I mean, it'd be somewhat dangerous if he was reading a book and driving his truck, but because he spends so many hours in the truck, he does. And even just walking around the yard working on cars and stuff like that, he just listens to books. And he's always done that because he used to drive semi-trailers as well, like 18 hours a day on the road and sometimes and like with breaks and stuff, but you know, that's a lot of time on the road. Hi and bye. Yeah, that's pretty much what he does. We see a cat and hello to Brendan. Yeah, that was Brimstone sticking their head up. Same for the shower. I was at the Sydney. I was also in Sydney on Sunday night. Oh, there you go. It was a little bit south of Sydney. I was in the Southern Highlands, so yeah. The video that introduces the judges, yes, I did see that one. I was at the Opera House. Nice. It's not a bad place. I tried to get some footage of coming into Sydney on the plane, but it was raining. We were in a holding pattern on Friday for 15-20 minutes because there was a storm, so we were just above that. But I did get some footage of the takeoff and all that sort of stuff, but you know, and I got some footage of sent the videos to Brendan to tease him because he loves like patisseries, loves all that sort of stuff. So I'm like, yeah, look what I'm having for breakfast cake, everybody. I ended up that morning, that was on Saturday morning, I ended up getting a almond encrusted croissant filled with almond custard. I'm not a huge custard fan, but it was so good with a dusting. Like, it was messy as because it had like the icing sugar on the outside. So yeah, it was quite messy, but it was so good. A nice cup of coffee, and it was just great. Hey Jamie, how you going? Thanks for being here. And hello from Galenda. And with that, we have got to the end of the comments. So all those that were supposed to be showering, you can go shower now. We're going to do a 90-minute sprint. And then we will be back in 90 minutes. Hopefully my Panadol will kicked in. And yeah, I'm going to put some stuff on my foot and then put a sock on it and keep that all sorted and hopefully draw whatever's out and try and get an appointment for the doctors just to make sure that it's not too bad and all that sort of stuff. You know what? I could actually cut a nap too. The worst thing, like if I wake up early, so I woke up and I was talking to Coda and Jess and all that sort of stuff, and then I probably fell back asleep again. And basically, if I do that, that buggers me up for the rest of the day. So I'm like, I was sort of kicking myself. I should have just got out of bed. Yeah. None of the judges look familiar. Yeah, I don't think there's one that I think I may know. I've just got to do a little bit not the chair. I think she's a journalist. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to check her out a little bit further and whatnot. I guess she just has a familiar face in a way. So there's that. Is seeing stuff at the Opera House expensive? No, not really. It depends what it is. Like, there's a lot of orchestra stuff happens at the Opera House and stuff like that. Like, just even general groups can practice in the Opera House and stuff like that as well because of the acoustics, and it helps them get their tune right. But I haven't been to the Opera House in years, I think, and the last time I went, it wasn't that expensive. I mean, if you get like right at the front, it can be super expensive. But that's the same for any sort of event you go to. The closer to the front you are, the more expensive it is. So I generally just like, if I'm just going for music or stuff like that, I just go up the back, especially for like orchestra stuff and everything. But yeah, I haven't been there. It'll be close to 27 years, maybe even 28 years. Well, did I have Dharma Jones? It was before Dumb Jane, so it's probably closer to 29 years since I was there last. And I went and seen a friend that was in a choir there. So yeah, that was the last time I went, and she got the tickets cheap anyway. So, and I honestly cannot remember how much they were, but I know that they weren't expensive. Like, we paid her for the tickets, but she got them because she was getting them for friends. Got them a little bit cheaper. You know, it's not what you know to you know, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, so they weren't super expensive back then. I don't know what they are now. I mean, Selena will probably be able to answer that more than me. But they have all sorts of things there. They have sometimes they have talks there. Sometimes they have operas. Obviously, they also have orchestras. A lady that I know through cross stitching, she's in a choir and she's performed there several times in the Sydney choir. Yeah, there's lots of different things that sometimes I don't know if they have plays there, but there have been plays there in the past, and whatnot. So yeah, it just, I guess it's luck of the draw. All right, let us start our sprint, and of course I will see you all in 90 minutes. I'm going to go and put myself in some more pain, and I'll be back. Happy sprinting, everybody. Well, hello, we're back. Hopefully my phone charges. For some reason it didn't charge last night, so it seems to be charging now, but it's taking forever. How did we all go during that sprint? I started one of the books that I need to read in the next couple of days, and got to page 40, and then I'm trying to remember why I picked this book, and I can't remember, so I'm going to have to go out and have a look through my notes. I couldn't find my notepad, so I've moved everything around in here since I decided what books I was going to read, so I may have thrown my notes out by accident, but anyway, I had some breakfast, finished my cuppa, and read 40 pages, and and put some stuff on my toe, unpacked my suitcase, put that away, unpacked some parcels that I got. I bought my luggage, like my in-flight luggage, the other day, and it arrived. The neighbour dropped that off, so I unpacked that. It's nothing exciting, it's just a black bag. But yeah, it's got a bit down the bottom where I can put like toiletries and stuff like that, and it's a bit protected. It's like firm, and I got a couple of toiletry bags, like 2 different size bags, in-flight ones, cabin ones, because it's like 24 hours we'll be traveling, roughly, give or take a couple of hours, depending what airline we go with and whether they have a stopover and all that sort of stuff. So it will depend on price which airline we go with. But yeah, so I got that, and I got some expandable and like pressure ones as well, so you can fit a lot in them, and they're quite thin and whatnot. So for a change of clothes, clean underwear and all that sort of stuff to take on in the cabin, and it's all in one bag, which will fit nicely up into the things. And and then I'll just have my like I've got another bag that will have like cords and all that sort of stuff, battery packs, all that sort of stuff, because you've got to take that in with you on the flight. So yeah, and it's got pockets. There's a spot where I can put my iPad or because I'm getting a smaller computer to take with me, because it is sort of a working holiday too. So while I won't be sprinting and stuff while I'm away, I will definitely be filming and editing and possibly getting videos up and stuff like that. It'll just depend on infrastructure, where we go and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, most places have Wi-Fi and stuff. So if I can get all the stuff that I need on the smaller computer, which will be lighter, I'm hoping to just get one a little bit larger than this. So this is my iPad. So I'm thinking that if I get one a little bit wider and in lengthwise, and just a refurbished one, because I don't need to spend a lot of money on a computer to take with me, traveling computer. And there's a place down near Savannah's that does refurbished ex-government computers and stuff like that. And my husband got one, and he used it for ages. Like I think he paid $120 for it or something. The ones I'm looking at, they're smaller and they're a little bit more expensive, but they're only like last year's model or the year before. So I'll wait until probably the middle of the year and then start looking then. And the markets are on every week. So even if I show her what I want, Savannah can go and have a look and leave the money with her. Then she can go and get one. So yeah, but I didn't have any like overnight bags or anything like that. I've got a big suitcase. We talked about it yesterday when I was there, that Savannah's going to get a suitcase the same size as mine. She'll put her clothes in, but I will be not packing a lot in my suitcase, so she'll be able to put her clothes in on the way back, and then we'll have enough 23 kilos to bring stuff back. We're actually going to do a craft class while we're there, because I have Scottish heritage and so does Savannah. I've got to check her. So on my side, my great-grandfather, so my nan's father, married a Spanish lady, but that side of the family is from Scotland, Aberdeen. And we have a 600-year history there. So we're going to go up into Aberdeen. And we were talking about it yesterday and whatnot. There's because it is going to be winter, there's a couple of places that we're not going to go to now because they're in the Highlands and it could be inaccessible because of storms and stuff like that. So rather than be disappointed, when we go to Europe, we're going to be going to Europe during the summertime. That means that we can nick back over to, because it's not that far, nick back over to Scotland and do that. So that's a couple of years off. So we'll see how we go. I said, well, don't completely write it off. We might be able to. But I had no like overnight luggage or anything like that. So Savannah's got to get herself a decent suitcase. She has a backpack. And then, as I said, we're going to do this little class. Now you've got a choice of a small clutch, a medium clutch, or a backpack. We're both going to do medium clutches. And I possibly could just end up, and you can like customize them and you can put your family's tartan on the front. So I've got a book inside that little Meerkat come home with, my granddaughter. She got from, like, she had to have it. And she was super excited about it. It was this trash book, but it's got all the different tartans and stuff like that. So I've just got to ring my uncle and find out, because there'd be main clans and then there'd be other families that would be under that clan. So I have to find out what information stuff. So I'm going to send an email off to my uncle and say, hey, do you know the name of our tartan and all that sort of stuff? I believe my uncle actually had some. So I'm going to ask him to take a photo of it, and then that way I can know that I'm getting the right one. So, yeah, so we're going to do that. It's a little bit pricey. I think it was like, for the medium, it was £89, but it's all leather. So I think it's well worth it because it's customizable as well. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. And, of course, you know, both Savannah and I are bookish, crafty people. So, yeah. And anyway, I'll just turn that book over. So that is the plan. So she's going to go across with minimal stuff in her bag. And we've spoken to a few people that live in England and stuff like that. And we've done a chat GPT, what to pack. And then we checked with said English friends, and they're like, yeah, that sounds about right. And so we're just going to take our thermals and stuff like that, like thermals and fleecy stockings and stuff like that. And I think we'll be fine. Like, with our thermals and a couple of jackets that we have, they're quite winter rated. So one jacket that I have here, I got from Victoria, and it's a heavy woolen jacket that's fully lined. So hopefully that will be, I'm going to take that with me, obviously. And it's full length as well. So hence why I need to get my ass into gear and walking and back into the gym and all that sort of stuff, so I can lose a little bit of weight. So the jacket fits me nicely, and I don't feel so, like, it fits, but it's a little bit tight across the back. So if I lose a couple of kilos, I'll be fine. So yeah, that is what happened during that sprint. So I'm really happy with the luggage. I paid a little bit extra. It's the BIES, I don't know, BIES with a little thing above the I. They have just such a, like, that's all they specialize in is aircraft and travel and all that sort of stuff. So the little cosmetic bag comes with a mirror in it, and it's small enough to put your little bottles in. And then the bottom of the bag actually has a solid base and everything, so I can put the stuff in there without it getting damaged. Or I can put all the cords and stuff in that part of it. And there's all pockets in it and whatnot. And there's some outside pockets. And there's a crossbody strap, and then there's like a handbag. But I'll just use it as a handbag. But it'll be like the Mary Poppins bag. So, yeah. Jean was asking before we went to the sprint if it was expensive and at the Opera House. And it just depends on, like I was saying, it does depend on what you're seeing and who's there and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Jess also joined during that sprint. Hello, Jess. How are you? I'm going to say hello. Alicia also joined as well, just joining. Finally got the kids into bed and moved to the bedroom and going to eat some yogurt and currently reading Get Good with Money. Awesome. Hello to Alicia, and Atia is also here. Hello. Chantel also joined. Cassie is eating some Mexican cheesy rice from my toddler's cookbook since he refused his loss. It's actually delicious. Awesome. Well, that's exactly right. That's the toddler's loss. And Cassia, sounds like you've got a new favorite. Some of those little toddler books have some really good recipes in it. I don't know what's wrong with children of today that don't like food. I don't understand that. Everybody's saying hello, Christina. How are you? Thank you for joining and giving everybody a reminder to hydrate. Yes, I'm trying to remember to drink today. So yeah. And hello to Christina. No, I'm going to do the fiction as per usual. Chris sent through the dates to me, and there's no way. Like they've cut it down by 2 weeks. So normally it went over a 6-week period. So basically you would have the 6 weeks to read the 16 books. So that works out to be, you know, a book every other day. Now they've cut it down to 4 weeks. So now I have to read basically 4 books in 4 weeks, in a week. So to get the 16 in before the shortlist. So it's going to be hectic. It means that I won't be doing anything else. But it is, where's my phone? Here. It does go, let me just, because Chris sent me the dates. Let me just find it again. I don't want to update my phone. Leave me alone. I'll do it later. So they announced the the long list on the 4th of March. And then not even a month later, the shortlist is announced on the 2nd of April. So that must be, it's usually a Wednesday, isn't it, when they announce them? Let me just get there. So what did I say? The 4th of March. So the 4th of March is a Tuesday. Yeah. And then they announced it the first week of April, which is the shortlist, which is a Wednesday. And then basically you've got until the 12th of June before both the non-fiction and the fiction are announced. But the non-fiction is from the 12th of February to the 26th of March. So it overlaps. So that would mean that I'd have to be doing, like, in some aspects, I'd have to be, some weeks I'd have to be doing like 8 books a week. There's no way I could do that. And I wouldn't be able, like 32 books, because they're all new releases. If I haven't already read them, then yeah. So I'm just going to commit to the fiction, because fiction is my jam. Like, I'm not known for my non-fiction content, so I'd rather just stick with the fiction, and then that way I can, do what I do best: read those books, get them done. I have done it in the 4 weeks before. If I just sit down and knuckle down and just, that's all I do. So it means that for that month I will have to take off from Seriously Series book club and all that sort of stuff. So you would have heard the other day that we were talking, Coda was talking about that we're probably going to make it a little bit more official as a book club, and that you now have an opportunity, which I don't have those links, which I haven't, because I haven't updated since I've been away. But I will get all the links and get them underneath our videos and whatnot. But it is on the Coda's latest live stream, so you could go and have a look there, where you can add a suggestion. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but you can add a suggestion for a series. But the proviso is that it's a series that both of us want to read, that you think that we'll want to read. Because there's no point in sending a book that Coda's not interested in, or that I'm not interested in, for that matter. But in saying that, there's not too many books that we don't, have a look at least. There's no guarantee that that's the book that or the series that's going to happen, because as you know, we already have a lot on there, but we're always open to suggestions. And just a series to me is 2 or more books. I don't know if Coda has any opinion about that. You know, like if you've got your favorite series that you want to us to read, by all means fill it out, the Google form, and let us know via that medium, and then we can discuss a little bit further in the background. And there was a question asked about on Monday as well, Sunday Monday sprints, about is there going to be and I had to go, so I didn't see if it was answered or not, so I'm going to answer it here anyway. If there was going to be a separate Discord for Seriously series, at this point I don't think so. You know, like if the sprints become hugely popular and all that sort of stuff, and we end up with more than 100 people on sprints and everything that are, you know, reading the same books as us and all that sort of stuff, then we may consider it. But right now there is definitely a spot on Dusty's Discord that you can talk about any of the books that we're reading, and you can, you know, use spoiler tags and all that sort of stuff. It's just another thing that I'll have to manage. And like for readathons and stuff like that, like the NetGalley one, there is one for that was the old ARC August one. So once we finish the NetGalley November, it'll probably switch back to the ARC August again, if Laura decides to run it. Also, there has been a change from the lineup for NetGalley November. Laura unfortunately had an accident a couple of weeks back and really hurt herself, and has been in a lot of pain since, and had to make the executive decision. Now, obviously Laura joined and agreed to this back in August when we were talking about it and whatnot. So this has happened just recently. So Laura's in a lot of pain, and it's taking a lot for her to be on screen and stuff like that. So she decided, as this is like something that's only happening for a month, it's not a continuing thing, such as, you know, the Sibs book club and all that sort of stuff. She's decided that she probably is not going to be doing anything for NetGalley November. But that being said, make sure you still go over and subscribe to Laura anyway. They're in a lot of pain, and basically it's not fun being on camera. I can assure you it's not fun being on camera while you're in pain, and having to play nice and all the rest of it, when all you want to do is lay down and cry. So that is absolutely fine. So just know that you probably won't see Laura during the month of November, only for their own book clubs and stuff like that. Basically, Laura said that they're just going to take a step back and just do what they can. But yeah, it's a lot when you're in pain and whatnot. Like right now, my foot's absolutely throbbing, and it's really hard to focus on what I'm trying to say because I want to chop my foot off. So yeah, I'm hoping that if there is anything in there, this drawing cream will bring it all out. I still haven't got through the doctors yet. They've been busy and I was on hold, so I just hung up, and I thought I'll try later on this afternoon. It's either right first thing in the morning or later in the afternoon that you get through to them. So yeah. But no, that's pretty much what's happening there. I'm not going to worry about that. Leah joined and had to restart evocation. Of course, I didn't remember what had happened, and I'm 12% in so far. Into it so far. Definitely finished today, since it's an audio book and only 5 hours while I play some video games. Awesome. Hello, Nikki. How are you? Thank you for joining. Hello, Jen. How are you? Thank you for joining and being here. I listened to more Book of Magic instead of showering. I only have 45 minutes left. I'm going to shower after the chatty bit. Yeah, sure. So I got bored and I DNF'd it. Going to start Cemetery Boys. Gee, it didn't take long. Half an hour. And you DNF'd it. Awesome. But still, you know, there's no point in reading something you don't want to read. It's good self-care to just DNF a book. I hear some booktubers shower with audiobooks playing. I don't personally, but My partner does. He'll put the phone up and he'll listen to an audiobook if he's right into it. I don't, though. When I go to a shower, I want to have a shower. I don't want to be distracted. I do a lot of stuff where I'm constantly online or I've constantly got noise. So there are moments during the day where I try not to listen to anything or have anything going. So lately I have just been doing like a little bit of crochet, even if it's only for half an hour, but have no audiobook in. Or I do a little bit of diamond painting where I have nothing going, no music playing, no nothing, and just take a really good amount of time to be present and quiet. So I've been doing a bit of that lately, just to give the brain a bit of a break. So yeah, it's not something that I want to do. I hope it's not a stressful read then. I did that last week, Cassia, on the day I put the shower cap on since it's covered my earbuds. I'm a fan. For sure, I'm not. Not at all. But when you're constantly talking and when you're constantly on screens and you constantly got something going in your ear, whether it be a podcast, music, a book or whatever, it's nice to just have that moment where you can just be quiet, even if it is only for 10 minutes or so. Hey, Paul, how you going? Everybody's saying hello. Lexi also joined. Don't know how many pages I read, but I finished City of Fallen Angels. Nice. Yay for the finish. Did some washing and de-pilling, de-bobbling. Started to look at how much dollars I need for Sydney in May. Yeah. It also depends when you fly out too. So there's that. Yeah, because that's at the end of May, so I've got to put money away for that as well. Because I won't have any. I'll have to stay in a. I don't know. Maybe I might be able to swing it with some of my friends and stay at their place. Maybe I don't know. We'll see how we go. I'm still like it will wholly and solely depend on money. I'm planning on going. That is the plan. But yeah, it'll just. Where I stay and all that sort of stuff will depend on money for sure. I finished Mystery Mile by Marjorie Allingham. Logged my Act 4 books for Fabelin, and I'm starting to look at Lady by Marjorie Allingham, book 4 in the Mr. Campaign mystery series. Nice. Hello, Monica. How are you? Doing well. Just got back from Sydney last night. Same. Managed to go not too crazy with the book buying. Only 13 books. My friend got 23. Nice. I am excited for my trip. We've just it's all like basically right now we're just fluffing around where we want to go and all that sort of stuff. But we did say yesterday that we need to get a big map. I'm going to keep an eye out. Get a map of the UK and actually map it out where we're going to go and all that sort of stuff and work out how many days we're going to go and for in each spot and all that sort of stuff. I did say to Savannah yesterday that we probably should get an open-end ticket just in case. Like we're planning. So what we're doing for the places we want to go, we're planning it as if we've only got 2 weeks. But we're going to be there for 3. So we've got, some extra time. So if we get to a place where we really like it and we haven't seen enough of it, then we can add an extra day in if needed. Because it's in the off season too, I'm guessing there'll be, plenty of accommodation and stuff like that available. But as I said to Savannah, I don't care if we stay in a 3-star establishment. I'm asleep. I'm not there to look at the building that I'm sleeping in. As long as it doesn't, I don't get snowed upon or rained upon. I don't care. I don't want to do backpack though, and nor does Savannah either. So we'll probably stay in a lot of pubs and stuff like that where they have accommodation, which I think will be great. But as I said, we've got to get a map. We'll get that over Christmas. Our passports and everything are getting done over Christmas. We're hoping that we can go and see Flight Centre and they'll be able to give us some idea of when we can start looking at booking our our tickets, because the further out from when we fly, the cheaper they're going to be. So, because they're not cheap anyway. Right now, I have my airfares and my my passport, but I have no money for accommodation. But I've still got 12 months to save for that, so that's fine. Super excited though. Hello to Monica. Trying to finish up A Sky Beyond the Storm. I have 200 pages left. Nice. Hello to Glenda. It's cool to know your true family history. I wish it was possible to know mine. I don't know. I only know half of my tree. I don't know all of my tree. There's a lot of stuff missing, especially from the Spanish side. There's a lot of stuff missing. I believe on my dad's side, because we have Maltese in us, there is a I guess an organization that you might want to call it, that actually records all of their citizens. So my grandfather was Maltese on my dad's side, and my grandmother was Egyptian. And we call her Nonna. My grandfather passed away in 1990, so can't exactly ask him any questions. But there is a record of all the births. So because he was born there, so they keep track of their citizens, even if they leave the country and never come back. And I also have friends that are Maltese, Kathy and Raquel, and their mother said exactly the same thing. There is a record that is kept up to date. So apparently you can go and check these records out. So I don't know how, I don't know. I've heard about it. I've been told this secondhand information. I don't know where you go or anything. I don't know how true it is or whatever. But apparently, so take this with a grain of salt, apparently there is someone or people or an organization that actually keeps track of all their citizens. And so marriages are recorded, children are recorded that are born, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So there's all that. On my grandfather's side. So that'd be interesting to see. I don't know how far that history goes back. I know that I know that I have that section of the tree and whatnot, but there's a lot of it that we don't know and that is missing and stuff like that. However, on my husband's side of the family, we have 3 books inside that have been put together, and I believe they were put together by their daughter. And it has all of their information in it. So we can track theirs. Mine, on the other hand, is there's limbs missing off the tree. Half of the family tree is not there. Got blown away in a storm, perhaps. I don't know. I do know, however, on the Spanish side, that I am a direct descendant of gypsies. So could explain why my mother moved around so much. So I do know that, but I don't know how far back it goes or anything like that. So my uncle has some information, and apparently he does have a lot of information on ancestry.com, but I've got to pay for a thing. So I said to Savannah that we might go halves in a couple of months, closer to when we leave, so we can check all that out and whatnot. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm just going to the town. Am I going to hook up with any relatives and all the rest of it? Probably not. I'll probably just blow in, blow out. I don't know if we've still got relatives that live there or anything like that, because our family is not exactly the, let's get around the Christmas tree or, the dining table and share stories. They're a very disjointed family. So still not happy with the time change on the women's prize. The decision was obviously made by people who don't read the long list. Yeah, evidently it's gonna mess with a lot of advertising and stuff like that, because it's always been 6 weeks. This is the 30th year. There's a few things that I'm going to be doing. I just purchased the Simon Savage and Louise Savage are actually chairing the Women's Prize Book Club. So they're apparently going to be interviewing past winners and stuff like that, and place getters and whatnot. So I've booked a ticket for the first one, which I can't remember the date. I'd have to look it up, but I'm going to be watching that. Obviously, I won't be able to see it live, but I at least have there's that. So basically, I'm going to see what that's about. And the first one they're talking to is Suzanne Clark, and she wrote Piranesi. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Normal was her first book, I think. She wrote 20 odd years ago, but yeah, she's going to be their first guest. But I follow and watch Simon and Louise a bit on that. One of the books I'm actually reading is a recommendation from Simon. So for those that want to follow the Women's Prize long list, there is the link. I hope I have read some of the Women's Prize long list because so many books in the month is just insane when I have other things to read and do. Yeah. See, I just make it, that's all I'm doing for that month. So Coda was saying hello to absolutely everyone. Coda's channel is here. Hello to Coda. Have you read Discovery of Witches? Yes, I have. I've got 2 more books to read though. I just recently got them. So yeah, I have read it. I read that years ago. It's not bad. It's good. It's good. I like the series as well. And hello to Coda. Everybody's saying hello to Coda now. Melissa has also dropped in as well. Hello. How are you? Thank you for being here. That is the spreadsheet. Thank you. Thank you. So this is where you'll find out all the little bits of information about the series, Lee series book club, and what we're going to be reading. The biggest one we've got coming up is the Outlander series. We're almost finished. I think we've only got 1 more book, don't we, for Green Rider? 2, if we start this book today. So we've got Firebrand, wherever it went. I put it in the library, I think. So we've got that. And I think we've only got 1 more book after that. And then we've got a small series. I think it's only got 4 books in it. But all the information of books and everything that we're going to be reading is also there on this spreadsheet as well. Laura Nettles? No. Laura the Bookworm. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Jess. Hey, Danny. How you going? Nice of you to drop in. Thanks for being here. Okay. I hope the foot leg heals quickly. Yeah, it's not exactly the nicest feeling right now. It's actually like throbbing pretty bad, and I've taken 4 Panadol. So I don't know how long I'm going to be here today. I'm going to try and do 3 sprints, but yeah, I wanted to get to 6:30, but I don't think I'm going to make it, to be honest. So yeah. Yes, this is Laura's channel. Go and check them out. Lots of healing vibes then. Yeah. To Laura as well. I was just Coda's fast. He's quick. I assume you're not drinking any white wine. You drinking again, Coda? Sorry, Jane. What can I say? I'm good at swinging the wrench. I'm not drinking anything, at least not yet. I'm being productive, aka more productive than usual. Tomorrow's wine night. Anyway, I may have a Michelada or 2 later. I don't know. Yes, as Depeche Mode said, enjoy the silence. Yes, I love Depeche Mode. I agree. It's a blast from the past. My lack of sleep is catching up with me. I think I'm going to hug the like button and head to bed. That's fair, Alicia. Have a good night and sleep well. And Coda saying good night, Alicia, and sleep well, Team 84. Fair. I was like you. Know what I was bored the first time? Oh, okay. I can't remember what happened. So yeah, move to another book. That's it. That's exactly right. Hello, Nightbot. Thanks for joining. Giving the friendly reminder to subscribe. Just put the kid to bed again. Hope it sticks. Oh, toddlers in bed. That's just fun and games. 3 weeks away. Yeah, dreamy. And we're going to a lot of bookish places as well. So going to the I just said to her, I don't care if we go anywhere else, but we're definitely going down to, not that I'm a huge Jane Austen fan, but there's a few places that I want to go. So down to Bath to the Jane Austen Museum and just check that out. I want to go to the Bodleian Library, which is where the library that was used in the Harry Potter series. There's a couple other places that I would like to go. There's a place that is, I forget where it is exactly, but it's basically all the shops there are bookshops. So I want to go there. I think it's called Book Road or something along those lines. So we want to go to that. So there'll be a lot of bookish content and stuff like that. But we're also going to do the crafty stuff as well. I'm meeting up with one of my crafty friends in London. We're spending the first 3 days in London, so that'll give us a chance to get over jet lag. I still reckon it'll be 4 days in London because, yeah, I don't think Savannah understands the concept of jet lag and how it can just bugger you right up. So I'm hoping that we can get a flight out during the night, because then that means that once we settle, like if we leave at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, we'll be flying all night. And by the time we get to where the sun's coming up again, like it'll just keep us in the dark and we can sleep. Savannah can sleep 12 hours. I could do 12 hours as well. That with the right drugs, knock myself out. But yeah, so basically, if we leave at night, we should be fine. We shouldn't get jet lagged too badly. But there's a few tips and tricks that I've been accumulating and stuff, like the meals that they bring you and stuff. You should eat the meals because it'll help with jet lag at the other end. And I've had plenty of friends that are, a lot older than me and stuff like that, and they come from that side of the world down here, and they don't get too badly affected because the flights are generally at night. I mean, would I like to get, not be an economy? Yeah, and get the seats where I can sleep, like they turn into beds. Yeah, I would love that because it'd be just nice and relaxing and all the rest of it. Can I afford that? No, I cannot. So I will just be in cattle class, and yeah, that's where I'm going to be. So I'm going to make the most of it. I've got block out sleep mask coming. I've got a headband that I can wear that will hold in my noise cancelling earbuds. And I got a pair of headphones the other day. They're not as noise block out that I like, but they do reduce the sound quite a bit. So I figure if I put some earplugs in and then put them over the top, I should be right. I should be able to sleep. Now, whether I make it to England, that'll be a different story because they may throw me out across the ocean from my snoring. Hence why I'm trying to drop a lot of weight in the middle of the year. I'm giving myself to the middle of the year. Then I'm going to go to a sleep clinic and see if they can help if I'm still snoring, because I've been told, the doctor said it is definitely menopause and weight related. So there's that. Coda says you should get the rope out because I can make one out of Twizzlers. Fair enough. I don't know how well that'll work. That'd probably be your kid will be bouncing off the wall. I don't know. That sounds like a good way to turn a rope into weird. Don't have any. Might have to settle for black licorice. Love licorice. I do too. It's awesome. I think he's out. Phew. Milk helped. His formula. Love licorice too. I'm good on formula. You're a tag. You really are. Thinking about a snack as a reward. Yes, what snack? Licorice tea. Yum. Yeah, I've had licorice tea before. I'm not a huge fan. It's all right, but yeah, it's not bad. It's definitely something different. I do have a little red Baron pepperoni pizzas in the freezer. Might kind of. It sounds like that's a good snack. I'm all over that snack. I love all the licorice flavored stuff. Thai basil and tarragon. Oh, I have not had that. Good night to Alicia. Sleep well and take care. That sounds perfect. If also you have ranch or hot sauce. Oh, that's different. Always have a hot sauce. Frank's is good in a ramen too, with an egg and a slice of cheese. Melts into and becomes part of the broth rather than being stringy. Well, there you go. It's all right. I've already had something to eat. I had some lollies, and I also had a ham and cheese sandwich with seeded mustard on dark rye, and then for dessert I had a scorched peanut bar. So yeah, all the food groups: nuts, some bacon, some cheese, some herbs, all the things. Yes, the cheese in ramen. We have a novella. Oh yes, that's right. We do have a novella. Another novella, then a break. Yes, that's right. Sounds good. Good job, Nicole. Yes. Michelada is red beer and Clemento. There we go. See, if I don't think about words, I can actually speak. Only just. Currently reading Sally's A Twisted Tale by Mari Mancini. Oh yeah, that person there. Hey Emily, how you going? And starting A Rise of School for Good and Evil by Simon and that person there. Did I hear beer? All my ears. I'm all ears. Are you like the little toddler, like you try and open up a bag of lollies and they're there, they're right there. There's no so you hear the word beer and you're, oh, did I hear beer? I prefer red beer by itself, preferably Irish red ale. I love this group of peeps. We love you too, Cassia. Thank you for being here. I'm not a beer drinker, so you can keep all the beer. I'm happy to pass the beer on that. I'm a tequila girl, so yeah, gets a bit messy at times. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. We're going to do another 90-minute sprint, and of course, I will see you all very soon. Happy reading, everyone. Well, hello. How is everybody? How did we all go during that sprint? I am sorting out a diamond painting that my friend gave me, but for some reason it's being a bit weird and not going together properly. So I'm just sort of trying to fix it. And whatnot. The little cardboard stopper is busted in this one. So it comes in a tube, and I've never seen these ones before. Because my friend that I helped pack up with, she's right into diamond painting and cross stitch as I am, and yeah, so I'm not sure who the brand name is. This is, yeah, that's what it's got on it, and this is the picture. So next year, my friend is doing a year of Christmas, and but that is so cute. Like, I love it. It's like a whole village. So it's got the Christmas tree. It's the whole town square, so it looks really cool. I'm pretty happy with it. So I was just having a look at it, and yeah, seeing what it's all about. So it comes in this tube. They're the colors, so they're nice. Comes in a little plastic. I've never seen one of these canvases. It's not as smooth as Diamond Art Club. Like Diamond Art Club, it's really smooth on the back. But I'll have to ask her where she got these ones from, because it comes with the canvas, the drills, the tool bag, which has a pen and a grip, a drill tray, wax caddy, and bulk applicators. So like for multiple application. Like, it's all packed really nicely and all the rest of it. But yeah, Gail's right into diamond painting as well. Ooh, and it's rendered pretty good too. Right. There you go. It's rendered pretty well. It's a decent sized one. This one is, where's the thing? Create, Love, Share is the, come out, is written on the canvas. Share my creation art. I don't know where that's just, yeah. It's got the 40 colors in it, this one. And it is 27 inches by 21 inches, which is 70 centimeters by 55 centimeters. So yeah, I just wanted to open it up and have a look at it, because I've never actually seen these ones before. So yeah, but the canvas is a little bit, it's not soft. Like the Diamond Art Club feels like it's got like a fabric back, whereas this is just a straight up canvas. No fabric back. So yeah, so that is that. I was just wanting to open up, and it comes its own tube, and it's the first time I've had one. And obviously it comes with its little what do you call it, key, and it's got the tools in it. Like, it comes with that, you know, the standard issue. Although I like these boats because they've got the little spout. So it comes with a wax container, has a little star on it. I like these because they don't dry out. Not that I use those ones, but I use the little containers to put the other waxes in. And it's got a blue pen, a blue grippy, which I generally give these to Mia because, you know. And then it's got a little boat. These boats I like because they've got the little spout. They're easy to tip in, especially with the ones that the containers I use. And then it's got the single. Then we've got the 6, 5, 7 placer. And then a 3 placer. 4 placer, sorry. So yeah, so I can multi-place. I keep all of those because they all come in handy because they fit in all of them. And I like, yeah, so it's Create, Love, Share Diamond Painting is the brand. Focus. There we go. So that's the brand. And this one's a round one. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then let me just get that back in there. Drop that in there. Sorry about the rustling. Put that down in there. That can go on there. And then that's the lid. And so it stays in there like that. So that's the container. So yeah. So yeah, the brand is Great Love Share. I've never actually seen them. I'll have to ask where they come from on that. But so she gave me that one, and then she came out and she gave me a Diamond Art Club one, which was like, it's so cute. It's so me. And for all the cat lovers and witchy people in the comments, you're going to love this one. This is it here. So let me just get it to, there we go. So it's I think this is I'm pretty sure that's a Lisa Parker art. So yeah, but it's got books in the background. It's got a little bit like a little witchy stuff in there. It's got keys, and I'm just trying to see what the books are. I can't really make them out. But yeah, it's cute, and a little black cat and the moon in the background. And this one is 39 inches by 27 inches, which is 99 centimeters by 70 centimeters. So almost a meter. And it is huge. So let me just, I couldn't fit it in the suitcase, so I had to take it out of the box. So this one's not in the box. But this one is called Black Cat by Candlelight, is what the name of it is. But look at all those drills. So yeah. And this one is like a proper Diamond Art Club one, so it's got a nice fluffy back. I'm not going to pull it out. Oh, can I pull it out? It seems to be rendered pretty well. So, like Diamond Art Club, you pay a pretty penny for these. But yeah. So let me just see how big it is. There you go. That gives you a better idea of what it looks like. So we've got a big kitty with some books, making it perfect for the library. So we've got a globe. There we go. It's huge. It's absolutely huge. So yeah. So but that's what it looks like. There you go. So yeah. I've got a bookshelf that I'm going to put these on, and I like Diamond Art Club, and I just don't know what this one is. Whether it's a square. It's a square. This one is a square. I don't mind the squares. I don't have a problem with the squares. I just take my time with them. But I've got my new architecture table. And so I'll be able to clamp it on and just, work on it whenever I want. It'll just be permanently set up, which is good. Which means that I will not be able to get that back in. So I've rolled it up too tight. So let me just see if I can't unravel that a bit. Then I can get those diamonds back in. It's all like tricky. Oh, they've gone in. Not well, but they've gone in. As long as they're in there, right? I'll play around with that later. I'll just get all the bits and pieces in. So basically, I've got that will go into my whip journal. And it has 52 colors in it. Whew. And it has a couple of AB colors in there, which are Aurora Borealis. So that'll probably be like maybe the moon. There'll be speckles throughout the like the candlelight. Maybe the cat's eyes will have a little bit of drills, like the specialty drills in them, and all that sort of stuff. So that's usually where they put them. Let me put that back in there, and then I'll tape that over, and we're good to go. So yeah, I'll probably do that one first when I get back, like get the room all set up, because it's open. All the rest of my diamond art clubs are closed. So, and I'm not buying anything next year because I've got a lot of other ones I've got to do and stuff like that. So, yeah. All right, let me just see where we were up to. Wow, you saw I didn't actually here, this is where I'm up to. So Courtney has gone off to bed, probably long gone by now because that was over an hour ago. So if you're still hanging around, Courtney, I hope you have a good sleep and thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. I ended up laying down on the couch, putting my foot up because it was actually quite sore. So yeah, Neroli dropped in and helped me move the chicken coop down and whatnot. So yeah, she's gone off to do whatever it is that she's doing now, which is probably sleeping because she's been up since 5 o'clock this morning. Good night to Courtney. Sleep well. Books and Lipstick is here. Hi all. I'm suffering for whatever flu is going around my part of the world, but feeling up to some slow audio reading tonight. Nice. I didn't get any reading done. I sort of just fluffed around and did the chicken coop and then put my foot up. So yeah, I'm hoping to read a little bit more a bit later. So the house is really hot too because it's been closed up for a couple of days, so I've got the aircon running through the house, so it'll probably be a little bit more comfortable to sit in there a bit later. And I've got this aircon on, so I'm just fluffing around out here at the moment. So yeah, yes, I am hydrating. Somehow both, which was somehow you're doing both, but hydrating and mummifying. I hope your foot is feeling better. My foot is not crash hot at the moment. It's actually quite painful. I've taken a couple more Panadol. So hopefully, I was going to bring you in and show you what how big the thorns are. And I got done with 3. I said a pygmy shot me because it looked like I'd been shot with like a blow, like dart. 3 in a line on my foot. I was like, made it to 58% in Wayward. Nice. Hello, Books and Lipstick. Sorry that you aren't feeling the best and you feel better soon. A year of Christmas. That sounds so fun. A good way to get through some of those Christmas craft projects I want to do. Yeah. So basically, like both her and I have a lot of Christmas stuff, but Gail has heaps of Christmas stuff. Like she's got a box that Christmas threw up in. Which is just cross stitch, but we've also got diamond paintings and stuff like that. I have a massive cross stitch that I was going to do as a diamond painting. It's huge, it's absolutely mammoth. I started doing it as a cross stitch, but it's going to take me for it's a full coverage, and I think I'd like it better as a diamond painting because I'm not enjoying stitching it, but I also lost my stitching mojo. So yeah, but so when Gail was packing up her knowing that she was moving and all that sort of stuff, she packed up a tub of cross stitch, and so she decided that she's going to do 2026 is a year of Christmas. So all her cross stitch will be Christmas. I'm going to do the Christmas diamond painting. And I think I've got another Christmas diamond painting there I will probably do, which is a little bit smaller. Didn't come from Diamond Art Club. I think it came from Fan Cells. And I've got a couple of little Christmas notions and stuff that I want to do, like little ornaments and things. So I've got those there and I'll get them done. But I also want to try my hand at doing some felted craft ornaments, because I've got these paper mache baubles that I just bought them in the store, but they look really vintage, and they've got the Raggedy Ann dolls on them, and they're in a soft pinks than the real muted vintage colors. And when we were down in Brisbane at the beginning of the month, we found this felt store that sells little I got a set of 5 or 6 stockings, and there were these angels there, and the angels actually have darker skin so they can represent for Mia. And so we're going to get a set of 6 of those. But I thought, you know what, it'd be pretty good if I could actually, there's a lady that lives, she's about 3 hours, 4 hours from here west, and she goes to the craft shows, and she's called the Felt Lady on Instagram, and she has beautiful kits and reefs and all that sort of stuff. So I'm thinking that this year I'm going to grab a couple of those kits. I'm going to go and have a look closer to Christmas, have a look at a couple of those kits and get some of them, and maybe do some ornaments for the tree. And I'd like to have a vintage tree, so basically with like vintage style ornaments and stuff like that, along with some, you know, little cross stitch ones and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to design myself some primitive looking cross stitches and stuff, and do them maybe next year as well. I'll see how I go, because I haven't really been feeling the stitching. But for the first time in 8 months, I actually watched a whole heap of floss tube. So it's like booktube, but it's about cross stitch and embroidery and stuff. And so I watched a whole heap of that coming home on the plane, some of my favorites and some new ones as well. And it sort of gave me a little bit of inspiration to start thinking about it and whatnot. So yeah, I'm hoping to get some of my, and I've also got some cross stitch Christmas stuff as well. So I've got like Snow Village, and I've got Farmhouse Christmas. They're by Country Cottage Needleworks. I've also got by Little House Needleworks. I also have, which is the mother or the daughter, like it's a mother and daughter, and they both got their own. There's Country Cottage Needleworks and there's Little House Needleworks. And so they do similar stuff but different. And I've got, I think it's Jack Frost's Tree Farm, which has got some beautiful threads and stuff in it. So my plan is to have Snow Village finished at least by the end of January, because I've only got 3 more houses to do on that, and I'm doing them as one piece. Oh, and there's also I also have Peppermint Lane houses, and I'm doing them on, I think I'm doing them on 46 count, so they're little. So instead of being like big like this, they're still the same amount of stitches, but they end up being smaller because they're on the higher count. So I'm thinking I've started them, so I'll probably finish doing that. And I've also started Farmhouse Christmas, so I don't think I'll start like Glitter House Village or anything like that. Oh, and I've got a Nutcracker from 2023. I haven't purchased the 2024 one yet. So I'm going to pull those out and I'm going to work on those. But then I also have like events that I normally do, like DD Spooktober, which is all Halloween stitching and quilting and Halloween crafts basically on my craft channel. So I may end up still doing Spooktober next year. So I'm in the planning stages of stuff. So yeah. And I used to film like every week because I used to stitch a lot. But because I started renovating and all that sort of stuff, and I just sort of lost my stitching mojo. So once I've got the libraries all sorted, except for a couple of shelves, we've got to put a couple of shelves in, and I'm waiting on an order to come for floating shelves. So once they're in, that's pretty much it. Then it's just a piece here and a piece there that I'll have to get. Neralee's room, I've got to get a carpet cleaner, and she says she's coming on the weekend to finish cleaning up her room, because she's moved out. She moved out while I was away, which we had words about, and I wasn't impressed, and I got very upset that she did it while I was away, and didn't tell anybody, just moved out. It was a dick move, and I told her it was a dick move. So, but yeah, we're fine. We had words last night about it. Not like, I was just upset that she didn't tell anybody that she was moving out. Not that we cared we care that she's moving out, but do you know what I mean? Like, we knew she was moving out. Just the way she did it was not. It was uncalled for. Like, didn't even tell her sister either. And I just said to her, it was a dick move. It was rude, and you shouldn't have done it. So, but anyway, we've made friends, and she said she was sorry and all that sort of stuff. And she said she's going to come back on the weekend and finish cleaning up her room so I can paint it and stuff. So, because the way she left everything as well, and I was just like, I don't know who you think you are, but stop being a Leo, put your fucking head in, and yeah. That's exactly how I said to her, because it was a dick move. So, and she's like, I'm so sorry, Mum, I shouldn't have done it. So yeah, anyway, she's fine. So she's going to come back and finish off her room. She's down in Brisbane tomorrow, because she's got to go down for psychology training, like dealing with people and stuff like that through work. So she's going down to do that. And then she works on Friday, and I think she said she's either here on Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon, and she's going to come finish the room so I can go in and steam clean the floors and then paint the walls and set it up as the plant sitting room. So yeah, I've already got the little couch that I'm putting in there. It's not overly comfy or anything. Like, it's comfy, but it's not overly like padded or anything. So it's got ample room to chuck, drape a blanket over, put some cushions on there. I love a good cushion. So put some cushions on there, and then the rest of the room, I'm going to get some plant stands, a couple of little tiered sort of bookshelves so I can sit plants on it, and all that sort of stuff. So I know where I'll get them from. They're pretty cheap, and I'm checking out like Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that for things as well. So yeah, it's all happening, and so I'll be able to hang stuff on the wall in there. My point was I'll get my Christmas stuff and put some Christmas stuff in there as well. Jean's at 91% of Homecoming by Kate Morton. I have to go into the office tomorrow, so I'm going to bed after the chatty bit and leaving you on the TV. Well, have a good day and work tomorrow. I am not walking. I'm staying off my foot until Monday. I will be back to walking and sending you pictures. And I noticed in the backyard too, the jacaranda trees there's one. I think it's 2 doors over. They've got a really big one, and the house not directly behind us, but back and to the side have one as well. I walked out and there's just a sea of purple. It's so lovely. So I'll take a picture of that and send it through to you so you can see what they look like. And then I noticed as I was driving home, a lot of the jacarandas are starting to get their green leaves. So they lose all their leaves when autumn rolls around, and then in spring they've got purple flowers all over them. And then by the time summer comes around, they have all these like broad leaves on them, and they're really good shade trees. So a lot of country places here in Australia have them, and a lot of cities have them too in parks and stuff like that. They're darn messy, but they are really good shade trees. And that, so yeah, almost done for Jean. The book isn't for everybody. That's fair. That's fair enough. On that, I'm going to have to renew it on my library app. I don't think I'm going to get to it this month at all. I have about 2 sprints worth of my audiobook left. Might try and finish the whole Mr. Campion series this month. They are almost 200 pages or shorter. We should be able to do that. You burned through that. Books and lipsticks. Are you on Instagram? And is your name Cadence? I am, Jean. It isn't. Do I have a doppelganger out there? You might. Have to go and check that out. Yep, there's a person with the same profile name. Well, there you go. My fault for not securing it over there. I guess. Watching an assassin movie. Be back soon. No worries. Yes, very much. Enjoy your movie, Cassia. Yeah, a lot of drills. It does fit into my library perfectly. But I think that one actually isn't going to go into the library. I think I'm going to actually have it out here. Maybe. I don't know, because the library's getting extended into the foyer. So on that, I mean, I've got plenty of walls. Not buying any more next year. We've all made those resolutions. Yeah. No, I'm actually not, because anytime I feel like I want to buy something, I'm putting the money into a savings account of Savannah's for so I can't get to it on that. So I mean, I will still have a little spending budget, but it'll be for things that are absolutely necessary. So it'll just roll over from each month, and if I don't spend it, then I'll just take it away with me. So I've got, as I said earlier, I've got my airfares, I've got my passport money, I just got my luggage, so I don't have my carry-on luggage, so I don't have to worry about that. I've already got my check-in luggage, so I don't need to worry about that. But so now all I need to save for is accommodation and spending money. I'm not taking a lot of spending money because I don't think that there's going to be a lot that I want to buy except for a couple of books. So I'm planning on taking $1,000. I think that's like £700 or something for spending money, and that's it. So, and if I can't afford it, and I'll just be very, because most of the stuff that we're going to be doing is not going to cost anything. Of course, I've got that bag making class, but that's not part of the £700 pounds. I don't plan on buying a lot. So basically all I need is to have that spending money there. So if I see something that I like, or if I want to buy some books, I can buy some books, and then I'm just going to send them home via post, because we only have 23 kilos. And yeah, I'd rather just leave them with Liz, because we'll see Liz when we leave London, because we're doing 3 days in London and then 2 days at the beginning, 3 days, and then 2 days at the end, because there's a lot we want to see in London, but we want to break it up a little bit as well. So because we don't do real well with a lot of crowds and stuff like that. And so yeah, so we're going to do that. And I figured, we'll probably I'll just send books home rather than bring them on the plane. If I've got room, I'll chuck them in, but if I don't, I'll just ask Liz if she can slowly post them, and I'll just leave her with some cash. And then if she needs more cash, I can just PayPal her the cash. So I think that's probably the way I'm going to go, because it's not like it's expensive, but it's not super expensive. And then I have to weigh up the option, like, is it actually worth it, or should I just, yeah, like there might be a couple of like classics that I might come across that I want to get because they're pretty, that I can't get here, or something along those lines. But yeah, but so I'm not buying anything next year. But as I said, I will have a small budget, so if I want to buy something, I can satisfy that little thing, but I'll be very, very, very harsh on myself. So a lot of time things will go into the cart, they'll sit there for a while. And for the most part, for new releases and stuff like that, I'm going to try and just utilize NetGalley for that for the 12 months. I'm also thinking of doing a challenge of just doing my new releases from new books from NetGalley, and see how much I actually save by using NetGalley and stuff like that. So because, unless it's a phenomenal book, I don't necessarily buy it, but I may buy it for a gift for someone and stuff like that. So yeah, I've done felt ones before. Nice. These ones are like not just felt flat ones. These are like 3D ones that I want to try as well. So that where you're using, like, got the what they call it, the wool roving, and then you create a 3D project with it. I've done it before, but I didn't stick at it. And we did it as a live stream on the craft channel, and it was freaking hilarious because none of our things turned out how that was supposed to. They were looking weird. I got these cheap kits, from AliExpress, so they were a lot of fun. They came with everything you needed though. Got to 368 in a Sky Beyond the Storm. Awesome. I'm somehow on a track to finish my Halloween autumnal stitch projects for the month. Excellent. November 1, I switched to Christmas. Yeah. I'm still working on Snow Village. So I've got, I can't remember what I've got left on Snow Village now. I know I've got I've got 2 full houses left that I have to do in, like, the stall and all the rest of it. One of them is pretty quick because it's the little cart, and I'm halfway through one block, which is a house. So I think I'm up to colouring that in. I'll probably pull that out this week because we are getting close to the I've got one that I've been working on this month that I was hoping to have finished, but I didn't get any done while I was down south. So I finally started Cemetery Boys, got 10%, loving it so far. I went and got hot chocolate because it's kind of chilly here. It's fair enough. It's, I don't know how hot it is here. 29 degrees today. So yeah, it's a hot one. I felt a bit hot when I went outside, but I was in the shady part of the yard. When you said Petty Point, I thought you were going to say Peppa Pig. Really? I don't know what I was talking about. The NetGalley trick is a good idea. I thought of doing that, especially with the change of dates for the Women's Prize for Fiction. Yeah. Yeah, so I probably I went in. Speaking of NetGalley, I went in to have a look at some releases that were coming out on the UK one, and I got 3 that I thought might. Oh, I was so wrapped! I got that one. That's awesome. So I got All Out Tomorrow, published in the next couple of months, basically. Where am I? I got All Our Tomorrows, which comes out in February. This Immaculate Body, also in February. And then Ask Me Again. These are all literary fiction ones that I felt very women's prize for fiction-esque. So All Our Tomorrows is a very unusual looking cover. It's about Janet, Anna, and Gemma that lead separate lives, and each lives. And let me just have a look. Hang on, I'm just bringing up. Janet is an underpaid gig therapist, so she does, and Gemma is a freshman about to start at NYU, and who aspires to become an influencer. And Anna is a model turned sugar Anna is a model turned sugar baby who disassociates during dates with her aging daddy. Hope to save enough for their Birkin bag. So it sounded very yeah, it's literary fiction, all the rest of it. It probably won't get submitted, but either way. And it's by Amy DeBellis, is that one. And then the other one I got, Immaculate Body. I'm pretty sure this one was about eating disorders, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's a story of obsession and the way women view the world and the way that the world views them, as Alice frantically tries to cling to and imagine a future with Tom. And there is a thin line between fantasy and reality, and when they become even more blurred. So yeah, only short book, retail price £20. So yeah, I'm going to next year look at doing that. Again, this is a general literary women's fiction, but it sounds very like, there's trauma in there for sure. The other one is Ask Me Again by Claire Sistanovich. Look at me going with the big words. Whew. So Claire Stastanovich is the acclaimed author of short story collection Objects of Desire. Ask Me Again is the debut novel around a young woman's coming of age in parallel with a renegade male friend who challenges her beliefs and her course of life. So it is not necessarily a contender, but Picador does drop a few things into the women's prize. So yeah, I just went and had a look, and these 3 books sounded interesting, and they've been approved. So there's that. I took 3 off and added 3 on. So yeah, but I just figured, why not? I finally got my 100 reviews badge, and I also got my top reviewer badge as well from NetGalley. I'm collecting them. We've got 3 new. I've got auto approved as well for bookbuzz.net, which is an independent publisher. So yeah, but that happened a couple of months ago. So yeah. 62 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. In New York. Okay, fair. I wish we knew which books the Women's Prize judges had put blurbs on. That's usually a good way to find some of the long list. Yeah, if you've got any ideas, just send them to me in Discord, Chris, and I'll apply for them. Whether I get them or not, that's a different story. I read one earlier, and it felt very Women's Prize. It seemed a little bit like what was it called? It was called Dead Animals. I can't think of the author's name now, but I read that, and that was had all the trauma, it had all the things. But who's to say that last year's this year's Women's Prize list that we read back in March and whatnot, it was very trauma filled. So there's not to say that we're going to get that, because the year before didn't have that much trauma. There was some bloody god awful long books, but there wasn't a lot of trauma. There was some decent books in that one. I mean, it's still revolving around a lot of trauma and stuff, but nowhere near as traumatic as this year's one was. So yeah, anyway, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be what it'll be. I've got to put money away for that as well, because I usually get them on Kindle or audio, wherever I can get them, because they're not always available in print. This year's none of them were available in print for me, so I had to get them all on ebook. So yeah, 16 degrees Celsius. Last year's theme was dull as hell. I totally agree. I wonder what their theme is this year. If they gave us a theme, it'd be great. But I mean, I guess that they don't really know either, because you don't know who's going to submit. So I went through the last 29 or 28 years last year and looked for the publishers that submitted the most to the Women's Prize for Fiction. I like it because, I mean, yes, it's published in the UK and all the rest of it, but we get a lot of UK books here anyway, because being part of the monarchy, I guess, I don't know. But anyway, like a lot of the time I can get the UK covers and everything here. So I just like it because it's, celebrating women and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, and we've had some really good books, like really good books. They just have to be published in the UK between a certain date, written in English, no translated works, because the booker takes care of that, and whatnot. So, but we've had like some amazing African authors that have submitted that I don't think would have otherwise got looked at. We've had some really good authors. Wandering Souls, that author, done an amazing job about immigration and everything to the UK. That was a brilliant book. And I'm a fan. That's the name of the book. It's not I'm a fan of someone, but I'm a fan. It was different, It was a short book. It was like, it only must have just made the criteria, to be honest. But that was a really good little snapshot of the obsession that we have with celebrity and stalking people on Instagram and all that sort of stuff. Like, we even use those terms when we say we're looking up someone on Instagram, or I'm just going to go and stalk your Instagram, and that I'm a fan was a really good snapshot. Like, I think the author done a brilliant job. I was a bit gutted that it didn't make the short list. And it didn't win, obviously, and I come across Elise Shafak, and her books are absolutely brilliant. Like, I love her style of writing and whatnot. And, we've got, this year is the 30th year. We're coming up to, in 2025, it's 30 years of the Women's Prize for Fiction. That is a hell of a lot of books that you can go back and have a look. Chris has looked to get most of them. Some of them are out of print. I think most of them are available on Kindle. Like, if you're not a fan of Kindle, then you're probably going to be hot out of luck for getting them all in print. I have been slowly but surely getting a lot of the authors that have been on, not necessarily the long listed books or the short listed books, but I have been getting a number of authors that have won or been shortlisted in the past. So my plan is to try and get the full 30 years of shortlist and put them on my bookshelf. Sorry, I just heard a noise out the back. It must be Les, because it's not in my driveway. Sorry. So I'm trying to get all those books, and I want to have a shelves that will be the Women's Prize for Fiction, because some of the past ones, so you've got like Suzanne Clark, Natalie Haynes, you've got Alif Shafak, we've got Amy Tan. Like there's so many. Sarah Waters is another one. Like so many people. Ali Smith has been, on the Women's Prize and all that sort of stuff. So, and they're not all literary fiction. Like there have been historical fictions, and there's been different types of books that have been on there and all that sort of stuff. So it's been a huge selection. So that is my main focus. And also next year I want to try it. Like I still struggle to get the Witherspoon ones in actual physical copy. Like I've usually got to pre-order them. And some still haven't come. Like I've pre-ordered and they haven't been released here yet. So, I mean, I probably could get them from the United States, but they're going to cost me a bomb when I can get them on Amazon and get free postage. So yeah. So there's that. Shafak could be a contender for the trade. Yes, because she's actually been shortlisted before. Doesn't she get an automatic? Or she's won, hasn't she? I can't think that did she. No, that was she was in the shortlist when Ruth Zeki was in for the Book of Emptiness and Form. Like that year, it was definitely about mental health. The theme seemed to be mental health because you had the Book of Emptiness and Form, which was written by Ruth Zeki. You also had Sorrow and Bliss, which was written by Meg Mason, and then we had a little bit of trauma in there with the Isle of Missing Trees, which was from the perspective of a tree, which was absolutely amazing. We learned about the characters that were surrounding this tree, and the family history of this particular family. It was great. It was a great book. We've also had like author debut novelists as well that have put books in there. I can't think of the author's name, but the book is called Black Butterflies. While I did not enjoy that book at all, I did not have fun with that book, and I just found it extremely boring, and I just didn't care. But it was centered around the war in Yugoslavia when Sarajevo was bombed back in the early 90s, late 80s, when that was. Timelines I'm terrible with, but so when they had their civil war and stuff, so it was a like her account of, like, it's not it's a fiction piece, but it was like her account of what happened and her staying behind. Her family was in England, but she stayed behind. And it was quite interesting. Like, while I didn't enjoy the book and it wasn't my cup of tea, and I didn't think it was worth $53 to buy, it is now down to $23. It's gone down again. So I will wait until, because it was shortlisted. So I will wait until it's like $18 or something like that, because I can't afford $53 for a book. It's just, especially when it's only got like 220 pages in it and stuff like that. So, so like there's been some amazing books on there just in the last couple of years. Like, and the winner for this year, Brotherless Night, such a good book. Like, if you haven't read Brotherless Night, it's full of trauma. Like, it's about the Tamil Tigers and their civil war in I want to say Pakistan, right? It's Pakistan, right? It's about their civil war and just the being torn between, wanting to do the right thing, but also to be part of, like, your, support your country and all that sort of stuff. It was a very heart-wrenching story, but it was good. I really enjoyed it. I would say around 95% of the Women's Prize books can be found through ebooks. Yeah. I had to buy the rest, so I'll have all the Women's Prize long list. See, I haven't gone for the long list because, like, that's 16 times 30. But if we include next year, that's a lot of books. I don't even that's like my whole library again. But as I say never either. So yeah. I really like Black Butterflies. It looks like a masterpiece compared to yeah, true. Like, if I have to do a comparison, true. If I ever have government secrets, they will make me reread it, and I will reveal everything. Enter Ghost is actually on my bookshelf, because I definitely buy the physical books for the shortlist. but I have been getting some other books too that have been on the long list, but from the authors that have been long listed and stuff like that. And if you want to know anything about the Women's Prize for fiction or non-fiction, just go and search on Instagram. If you search Women's Prize, it'll pop up, and if you search Women's Prize in the Googles, it will come up pretty much straight away as well. There is a non-fiction section now, and that starts in February. I do not do the non-fiction because I'm not a non-fiction girly, but a couple of the books that other people have talked about have ended up on my wish list to take a look at. And so I just keep an eye on whenever Amazon order, because non-fiction I generally just do Audible for them. So I keep an eye out between Everand and Audible. So yeah. This year's Women's Prize non-fiction books were really good for those who do that. Yeah. Have you read high fantasy books too? I'm an eclectic reader, so I read a lot across the board. Yeah, and I do like epic fantasy, high fantasy. Is that the same thing? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, if I read fantasy, they usually have a lot of books in it. And yeah, like it's not my go-to genre. But I do read a lot. Like the most recent one that I've read is Wheel of Time. Also have The Witcher. Is that high fantasy? I don't know. I don't know if you class that as high fantasy. I don't know. But yeah, it's not something that I go to all the time, but I'm always happy to read it. So, yeah, I figured it was. Like, it's hard to tell because, like, what, I don't know. Like, for me, anything that has, for me, epic fantasy is 3 or more books in a series. So I know that there are some fantasy writers out there that only do duologies and stuff like that, and they can be high, considered high fantasy. But for me, the more books in it, the high, like that to me is epic or high fantasy. That's how I sort of categorize it. It's probably completely wrong, but that's how I categorize it. So yeah. There's a Women's Prize for fiction, non-fiction. Yeah, now that's something I could be interested in. Litfic isn't just for me. Yeah, but it's not just literary fiction that is in the fiction books. In the Women's Prize for fiction, because last year we had two historical fiction. We had some litfic in there, but I don't think it was all. It didn't feel all literary fiction to me. So yeah, but yes, there is. It started last year. So sorry, this year was the first year. I keep saying last year because I'm already thinking about 2025. So 2024 was the first year that they had the nonfiction. So when you go to it's just called the Women's Prize now on Instagram. It used to be the Women's Prize for fiction. But they now have the nonfiction section. So when you're looking at it at a glance, the Women's Prize for nonfiction is purple in color. So anything that has a purple logo with it, same logo but purple, is the nonfiction one. And the lime sort of green one is greenish yellow, is the fiction one. So yeah. Go check it out. Like I can't read 32 books in 4 weeks because I read the long list, talk about it, and then I make my prediction from reading those. And I actually read the entire long list. As Chris will tell you, I read the long list I've done that for the last 3 years. 3 years? 3 years. This will be my 4th year coming up doing it. They are like thick. Oh, Brandon Sanderson books and Lord of the Rings. Yeah. They're thick, chunky, 600 pages plus, wordy. Like I've got Robin Hood, but I don't mind her. Robert Jordan, love the Wheel of Time series, which subsequently also has Brandon Sanderson. I have not read a lot of Brandon Sanderson. I've read a lot of fantasy stuff back in the 80s and early 90s. So as far as Brandon Sanderson goes, I haven't. My husband keeps telling me I should be reading them. but I'll get to them, like I'm sort of just working my way through books that I want to get to, because I had a lot of years off reading, raising kids and stuff like that. Kids do not make good bedfellows for reading. They are always pulling the book off you or talking or, doing all that sort of stuff. I just found an upcoming book blurbed by Monica Ali, this year's judge. I wonder if that would matter for 2025. The Unusual Desire to Kill by Camilla Bones. Oh, send that link through to send me through the link. The Unusual Desire, like last year she was right into the desire stuff last year, if I remember correctly. Still salty about Maiden not making it, so am I. You and me both. That was a good book. Glad they're recognizing nonfiction. Compelling nonfiction is extremely difficult. Yeah, and it's all written by women, which is great, because like when you go and look at nonfiction too, yes, there's women authors there, but you just don't know, like there's more, it's more of a male dominated industry, I think. And I think this will be a great way to get some lesser known authors out there and get their work out into the world and all that sort of stuff, especially when you've got like, Instagram, and you've got people that talk about it there, and you've got, BookTube where people talk about it here and all that sort of stuff. For me, to read 16 nonfiction book would be too much, as well as the fiction. So I'm just going to stick with the fiction. But I'm not going to say that I'm not going to read the non-fiction books. If they're really good and compelling, I'll probably cherry pick some of them. I did talk about doing the shortlist. So once the shortlist is announced, I'll probably read those as opposed to reading the whole long list, because I do that for the excuse me, for the fiction. So yeah. Plus the non-fiction were longer. Yeah, very much so. All right, we are going to go into another sprint. We are going to do another hour and a half, and then I'm going to come back and wrap it up, because I've got to go down the road, and I still haven't got through the doctors. I've given up on that. I just said to Neroli before, I'm just going to wait till this afternoon or tomorrow morning and ring. I've got the drying cream on it, and it feels like it's doing something down there, because it's like tingling and burning and all sorts of things. So yeah, and my toe I can actually move my toe a little bit better today. So there's that. All right, let me bring up the timer. We're going to do 90 minutes. This will be the last sprint. I'd recommend immersive reading, How to Say Babylon by Sophia Sinclair. Great book and audio book. Was this year's shortlist. Okay, cool. I think I do have that on a book to, because I have a list that's private that I add books to look at. And then I go through maybe once a month, and I'll go through and go, yeah, no, I'm not interested in that anymore. I take a little bit of a deeper look, and then sometimes I'll go and watch reviews or go and check out the reviews on Goodreads and see what people are saying about it, especially when it comes to nonfiction and whatnot. But next year I'm going to be focusing on the new books and all that sort of stuff with NetGalley. There's nothing stopping me from going over and just going into the non-fiction section of the UK publications and and do it that way. All right. Anyway, that was our Women's Prize for Fiction portion of the sprints. We're going to do another 90-minute sprint, and we'll be back to wrap it up. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello. We are back. I had an arc that was almost finished, so I'm just going to finish that off so I can write that review, just tidying up a few little bits and pieces that I need to get done before the first rolls around. My aircon started making a lot of noise. So, yeah, I made some pasta during that sprint for a pasta salad that I'm going to add some chickpeas to. And some onion and red capsicum and anything else I could find in there, and a little bit of dressing. I made it a couple of weeks ago and it was so good. So, and I just had it in the fridge, and anytime I was a little bit peckish, I just had a bit of that. So I just used up the final bits and pieces of the pasta because I had quarter bags and stuff. Because I never use a full bag, but then I have all sorts of different pastas and I end up with all these like little quarter bags. So I just made some penne and bow ties. So I'll just chuck them in. But as I said, I have a few things in the fridge that I need to use up before I go do shopping on Saturday. So, yeah. And I just had a month taken out from StreamYards. I forgot to cancel it. So $67 for the month for StreamYards. So I have StreamYards until the 23rd of November, and then I will probably go over to a free one. So yeah, I'm still pricing up Restream and stuff like that. I haven't gone and checked it and whatnot, but I'm going to probably join Restream. Or I think Coda and I talked about actually sharing StreamYard, so I think that might be a thing too. So yeah, I'll have to work it all out and whatnot. But I'm not paying $67 because it's 67 Australian. So that is like what I earn from YouTube, from BookTube itself. So because I get about $50, well, not including Patreon. So I mean, realistically, with my 2 Patreons and all that sort of stuff, I could do it. But I just think that they should have left a cheaper option instead of being greedy and going up like $67. That's just rude. And there was a security alert on my bank too. Like I could have went, no, it wasn't me, but I didn't. Like it, yes, it was me. So yeah, there's that. Neryl's doing some stuff in my account, so I keep getting these like she's sorting something out for me. So I just don't have the bandwidth to do it today because like my foot is actually killing me. So all right, let me just see where we're at. I did see your messages too, Chris. I just seen them there, possible titles from the UK NetGalley. Thank you very much. There's a couple that you've mentioned before. I don't know if that's I've seen them, but yeah. So I've got quite a number of books that I've got to look there by the looks of it. So thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Just missed the chatty bit, filming my November TBR, and I'm also at 88% in Crimson Bound. Nice. That was nice and productive. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna like. I've got to film a TBR. I think I'm gonna go with the bingo board and write down the titles and do that. I think that's a pretty good option. And most of them I'm probably going to put as audiobooks. I'm going to try and do 30 and 30. So the bingo board will definitely help with that. So yeah, there's 2 bingo boards. There's prompt-based ones, and then there's one where you can write the titles of books. So if you've got a lot of NetGalley books, it's just probably going to be easier to write those titles in than try and do prompt. But there is a few people that like prompts, so I did a prompt one as well. And then we have like a Snakes and Ladders inspired game as well, which is prompt based, but pretty easy, pretty generic. Like I went in and had a look at like titles in my shelf, and I had a look titles that were on the catalog and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's lots of little things to keep you inspired through the month of November for our NetGalley November. Don't forget to use the hashtag too for the co-hosts that are in the comments right now. Don't forget to use the hashtag when you're putting up your videos and all that sort of stuff. I am going to put up another post on stories, and I'm going to tag NetGalley themselves. And I'm also going to write up an email and just send them an email and say, hey, we're doing this event, maybe get some promotion and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, which means that we'll promote all you guys because I'm tagging all you guys as well. So there's that. Weirdly sleepy already. That is weird for you, Atea. You're normally up to like when I'm just getting ready for dinner. So yeah. So I hope you have a good night's sleep and you're not coming down with something. And I'll see you next time. Good night to Atea. Books, Gers, and Purrs. I love the name. I love the name. That is so cool. Subscribe. Well, thank you very much and welcome to the channel. Just came across your channel. I was giggling at the channel name. Thank you. I love it. Yeah, I think it's I'm always sniffing books, so it's sort of suited. Tonight I'm reading All I See Is Violence by Angie Elite Newell. Oh, it sounds like a good book. Sounds a little bit literary. Or a little bit thrillery too. So hopefully you're enjoying your book. Coda also missed the chatty bit as well, but I'm all showered and clean and pretty. That's the main thing. Almost done watching the rewinds. Cassia says nice, but off to bed because it's 1 a.m. where they are. That's fair enough. Good night, Cassia. Sleep well, and thank you for joining. A good night to Cassia. Oh no, Jean, you didn't mute me. Oh no. I actually don't know if I am, like, right now I am feeling like, I don't know, you can tell by my face that I'm not comfortable. I'll see how I feel in the morning. I have not cancelled them as far as I know. But I'll see how I feel in the morning because it might be just I need to just sit and have my foot elevated because it is really sore. I feel like that maybe there is the drawing cream is doing something because it feels all tingly and whatnot. And there seems to be a little less pressure in my toe as well. So, but I will let everybody know via the stories just assume that it's going to happen. If you get to the channel and it's not there, then you know that I've cancelled it and I'm not feeling the best, but I'll let you know in Voxer anyway, Jean. Yeah, it is really nice and it's a great way to use up all your little bits of pasta. And like I if I've got corn in the fridge, I'm going to cook up some like defrost some broccoli because I brought a whole heap of broccoli. It was 99 cents a kilo. And I bought a whole heap of it and brought it home, blanched it, and then froze it. So I've got fresh broccoli in the freezer. So what I'm going to do is pull out a bowl full of broccoli and pop that in, let that defrost, like cook it a bit, and then let it cool down and put that in with the pasta salad. And chuck in some chickpeas for protein. I've got a red capsicum there, which I'll dice up and throw through. I have some bok choy, which I like to eat raw in salad. So I will slice that up and throw that through. So that's my greenery. And then I've got a red onion there as well. And then I've got a garlic aioli or a Greek dressing. Now, I've done the Greek dressing. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do actually two, have one with the Greek dressing and one with the aioli. But I'm not 100% sure whether I want creamy dressing on it or whether I do a honey mustard. Well, it's actually maple mustard, but I call it, it's like honey. It's sweet. And instead of using honey, I'm using maple syrup. Dressing on it because then you get the little bursts of seeded mustard because I do 2 tablespoons of seeded mustard, a tablespoon of water and a tablespoon of maple syrup and mix that through. Obviously, if it's a big salad, you'd up those, but I generally have it in a jar, just shake it up and pour it over, and you get these little like pops of vinegar, like sour through the salad. So yeah, I'm indecisive about the dressing at the moment. Thanks for the sprints. Got 15% into Cemetery Boys and we'll continue when I wake up. Nice. My crafty sprints for tomorrow, they are scheduled, but I don't know if they're going to go. Yeah, I know, right? You can use mine till March, Nicole, and then we can figure out mine is paid for then. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. That's cool. I'll use it up until, well, I've paid up until, I was going to pay anyway for November, but I'm paid up to the 23rd because it just came out 23rd my time. So the last couple I'll probably have to schedule through yours. So yeah, I'll have to get you to send me a chair again and all that sort of stuff. I was reading Homecoming. I'm almost done, and the alarm clock woke me up. Oh no! I used the last bit of the sprint to write this up. I agree with you on epic fantasy, Nicole. It should be big. I don't think it's necessary. It needs to be multiple books, though technically any epic is a long film book or other works portraying. Yeah. Heroic deeds, adventurers covering extended periods of time. So single books and non-fantasies can be epic too. Lonesome Dove. Yeah, they can. I guess they can. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norwell. Well, that's huge, that book. That's like 3 books in one. It's got like 1,400 pages or something, doesn't it? The Stand. Yes, true. High fantasies are normally epic fantasy, but don't have to be. To be high fantasy, a story only needs to take place in a fictional world rather than ours. Yeah, this is true. This is very true. With its own rules, history, functions, Shrek, Wheel of Time, The Witcher, etc. Low fantasy, in contrast, takes place in a similar world to our own, injecting fantasy elements such as magic, myth. So Harry Potter would be an epic low fantasy. Since it's set in our world, but it also a long story with hero adventures, good versus evil, like other low fantasies are fairy tale, green American Gods, practical magic, superhero stories. See, I would class practical magic as cozy fantasy, not necessarily low fantasy, but it still falls into the same category. Fern Gully, The Last Forest. Oh, that movie is so cool. I love that movie. Do you know what other movies I really like? The Land Before Time. Yes, The Land Before Time with Ducky. Yep. I used to walk around saying that all the time. I was more invested in those films than what my son was. Then there are some that cross over, so you'll get different answers from different people. Yes, this is true. Like the Chronicles of Narnia, Song of Ice, and Game of Thrones, are technically a dark fantasy and a made-up world, but similar to our own medieval world in terms of cultures, race, and characterization, etc. With a few fantastical creatures and restrictive magic. All right. Is there any more? Yep, I think that's it for that. Cool. Thank you for all of that. I appreciate all that. Now, where were we up to? Okay, I think this is where all the ones we've missed. So tired of these greedy. Yes, very much so. I am not impressed with it at all. But, like, I think, Coda, you said it was close to 400. That's 250 US. Let's say $500, 250 each for the year. That's, you can handle that. Divide that by 12. That's not too shabby. That works out to be about what we're paying now. So it may be a touch more expensive, but you don't mind that then. But they don't give you any extra, like you didn't get an extra chair or anything. There was only like 3 things that we got extra for such a big jump, like an extra $22. And I was just like, yeah, that's rude. Like, I was paying for, like, essentially it's almost doubled because I was paying just under $40 and now it's $67. So it's just rude. Just rude. I'm about an hour from finish with A Look to the Lady by Allingham and made progress in The Corpse at the Crystal Palace by Carola. Yeah, done. Awesome. Nice progress. You've done some good progress. I've been going through NetGalley and looking at who blurbed the books because that tends to be more reliable. The writer of River East, River West blurbed one of the books as well. Awesome. I know, right? I was like, what's going on? Atia's going to say, are you feeling okay? We've got to fix that foot. Have you tried putting Windex on it? What? Windex? Why would I put Windex on it? I've got drawing cream on it. On that. Let me just go and grab you one of the thorns. I'll show you what it looks like. Let me just get the shoe on. Oh yeah, having the shoe that wraps around my foot is a lot better. So they're on a palm tree. It's a really long branch, and one of the branches were on the ground, and they have these thorns on the branches. That's what went into my foot. And the one that is really sore, it went halfway in the size of that thorn. So all that was sticking out. Like the thorn never broke off in there. I got it all out. So all that was sticking out of my foot was that much. So I'm thinking that it actually hit a nerve because it's right near the bone, and there's a lot of nerves there. Because when I touch there, I can feel it up near my knee. So there's lots of nerves going through there. So yeah. I've got to get into my doctors. We don't have clinics here. We have to go to our doctors, to our GP. So I'm trying to get into, and they're always busy. So it's like, I just got to do what I can do here at home. It's not hot, so there's no infection. It is red and it's swollen, but it's not inflamed. Does that make sense? So inflamed would indicate that there was a infection in there. It's a little bit tender, and it was bruised. The bruising came out, and and it was swollen. So, because I've hit a nerve or something there. So yeah. There's no junk in it or anything like that. There's no, like, if the infection was spreading, the redness would be spreading away from the puncture wound, and all that sort of stuff. And it's not hot to touch. It's just sore because essentially I've been stabbed by a piece of wood, because that's what it is. And you can see how sharp the point is. So yeah, so they're not the best. And I've got 3 of them in my foot. So it's like, are you kidding me? 3? Like, you couldn't just get me with 1. You had to get me with 3. It was like I got air darted by a pygmy. So yeah, got 15% into Cemetery Boys. Will continue when I wake up. Thank you for the sprints as always. Thank you for being here, Leah. I appreciate you being here. Coda would like to know, are you enjoying it? I read an article on WebMD that said reading Western Lane has been proven to aid in the healing of people's problems. Recommend reading Trespassers to complete the healing process. No. To everybody that's going, what is Chris talking about? Western Lane and Trespassers are both women's prose fiction books, and both of which I did not like. I had some stuff to say about them. Well, Western Lane, I just didn't care. And Trespassers, like, it just wasn't my cup of tea. So, but both of these books were Chris's faves. And so we do a bit of this backwards and forwards. Oh, dear me. Bet you she tries the Windex first. No. I don't even have Windex in the house. I've got drawing cream on it. So we have here we've got this cream that you put on it, and if there is anything in there, it'll all bring it to the surface. So it brings it out. I don't know what it's called. We just call it drawing cream. So yeah. Gonna find a cute romance novel to read. Any recommendations? Let me know while I drink my hot cocoa, which was a bad idea to drink at 2 a.m. Cute romance books. Cute. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I haven't read any little cutesy ones. I usually, the cutesy little romance books, I usually just get my Audible, go and have a look what's free in Audible and read those. But yeah, I haven't actually read any cutesy romance ones. Mine have all been really dark and disturbed of late. So yeah. No worries. No, it's ask Me.dd's is what it is. Yeah, is the one I use. So yeah. Quite interesting. First time reading a trans male character, and the concept is interesting. Dakota, quite interesting. Awesome. Might be ready to start my first English paper piecing project next month during one of the crafty sprints. Did I need a new craft? Of course you did. Nope. I blame peer influencer, aka Nicole. I'll gladly wear that hat. I'm dragging everybody with me. Come and craft with me. Thank you. No worries, Glenda. Thank you for being here. See you tomorrow on the Craft channel. Then back here on Thursday with Coda. Have a great day. You have a great day, and you sleep well as well. I'm probably going to sleep this afternoon after I go and do what I got to do. I think I need a nap. Yeah, cozy fantasy, yeah. You read all of that like a pro. Look at me go, right? Apparently pain does something for my reading skills. I still miss Coda reports about awful NetGalley arcs. I hope that author self-publishes another book so Coda can go on it. A Windex, man. That reference makes me feel old. I know, right? Assuming the reference being made is for a big fat Greek wedding. Probably, yes. I would say so. Absolutely love the Cemetery Boys when I read it 2 years ago. I think you'll love it, Coda. On a serious note, Trespasser could be considered a romance, but I think Nicole would absolutely disagree. I'm a fan could be seen as a romantic obsession. Yes, it could. And Trespassers could be passed off as a love story if you are into infidelity and all the rest of it. But, yeah, I know. Like, it's huge. It's a huge jump. You know what else? Who else also done it too? I just what is it called? A PDF guru, where I extract the PDFs out of the ACSM or whatever the files are. They've just put their prices up as well, and they pretty much doubled in price because I paid 40. Well, actually, it tripled in price because I was paying. Well, it was more than triple because I paid $14.90 last month. And the month before, and the month before that, because I've had it for 3 months. And then I just went in and it wasn't letting me extract my stuff and download it. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I went and checked. And they weren't letting me do it because it just changed their pricing. And same deal. Like, we went from $14.90 a month or $99 a month US to $49.99 a month US. So like a triple in price. But if, like, say $50 a month US, which means that it'd be around $75, $80 a month, or I could get it for if I paid for the year, it was a hell of a lot cheaper. So it worked out to be, that was if I paid it monthly, it was $49.99 a month. But if I paid for the year outright, it worked out to be $260. It worked out to be a lot cheaper. I can't remember what it was. I think I've cleared my calculator. Let me just have a look, because it was $299 divided by 12. Yeah, it ended up being half price. So I just paid for the whole thing outright because I'm going to be using it a lot for NetGalley, and it's so much easier than using Adobe editions or whatever, because I can extract the PDF and I can send it over to my Kindle, or if I'm running out of time, I can run it through Speechify. A couple of them haven't gone through Speechify, like it's having problems reading, but even the PDF is not opening. So I have the PDFs, but they're not opening. But I think that there's just some issue with them, so I will just have to do the best I can. I'm going to start reading those 2 books. It's the first time I've had it happen, so I'm going to read those 2 books in the next couple of weeks. They're not due out until next February, so yeah. So that's all good. Any dark romance recommendations that are a quick read? Well, I just recently listened to it's on Kindle Unlimited, and it came with an audio. So it was, but that's here in Australia, so it might be different in the US or wherever you are, Leah. I'm not sure. I can't remember whether you're in the Southern Hemisphere or not. But anyway, it was Pomegranates and Promises. I can't remember the name of the. Let me just have a look at my Goodreads. Shall we? Let's go and have a look there. So if you go and have a look at my Goodreads, it's just been in the last couple of weeks that I've read them. I did a whole weekend last month when I read them. So, and I'm just Dusty Booksniffers over on Goodreads. So let me get to the books. Jeez, Goodreads is so slow. So one that's just been released is A Dark and Secret Magic, which is by Willis Kinney. That is like a practical magic. It's got a bit of a romantic subplot. It's a little bit of a slow story, but there's enough stuff happening for you to keep you intrigued. Yeah, Promises and Pomegranates by Sav R. Miller. I gave that 4 stars. It's 382 pages, but it does come with an audio. A cute romance that I read just recently was the third book in the Bright Falls trilogy, which is by Ashley Herring Blake. And that was Iris Kelly Doesn't Date. It's a fake dating one. Lots of laugh out loud moments, and it was really good. If you haven't read the other 2 books, which is Delilah Green Doesn't Care and Astrid Parker Never Doesn't Fail, I highly recommend those 3 books. They're really good. Pretty Monsters by Sheridan Ann. I rated this 4 stars. It's 440, comes with audio. It's on Kindle Unlimited. Some laugh out loud moments. It's a serial killer stalker romance, and she falls for him. If you're looking for dark and disturbed, God of Malice is a little bit dark and disturbed. Quick reads though, like you get into them, and they're pretty quick reads. What else did we have that I read in the way of dark romance? Still Beating. That is like a trauma bonded romance. It's not cutesy at all. Like a lot of rape and all that sort of stuff in it. So yeah. Fighting Destiny was pretty good. That actually was that's a dark fae and witch, like it's a paranormal romance essentially. And basically we have a dark fae prince and we have a witch that helps the fae find out what's going on. There's a I'm trying to word it without giving anything away. There is a murder mystery happening in this, so it's got a lot of plot. And there's we're learning about her in the first book. We learn about her backstory and all that sort of stuff, and we're sort of trying to figure out, is she actually a human or not? What her lineage is and all that sort of stuff, because there's a whole mystery around where she came from to begin with, and also someone else in the book as well. But they're essentially trying to find who is killing off the fae and also the witches as well. And there's like a little bit of a Frankenstein-esque, because they're taking parts from them and putting something together. So it is a series, and it's quite a lengthy series. I think there's 8 books in the series, but it ended on a cliffhanger, so you automatically want to pick up the next one. All available on Kindle Unlimited with audio. That's a bit of an older one. I think that was first published in 2021, it says on Goodreads, but I'm pretty sure there's one that was published. I'm pretty sure Fighting Destiny originally came out in the new cover came out in 2021, but I think it originally came out in 2013, but don't quote me on that. I could have got the books mixed up. Leah, I like The Hating Game, a beach read, but other people have not loved these romance novels. That's fair. That StreamYard markup is insane. They're squeezing out the smaller YouTubes. Yep, most definitely. But I think what will happen is Restream will claim a lot more. So yeah, whether or not Coda and I continue with StreamYard in the new year, we might end up going over to Restream. That if you get the same deal, like for cheaper money. So yeah. Like yeah, this person, I always say the name wrong, so I'm not going to go into it. But they're a little bit trauma in her reads. Fair enough. I'm paid to the 27th of March, so we've got a bit of time before we need to pay again. Awesome. I can chuck in some money for the months if you want to. That's no problem. I was going to be paying it anyway. So, the Child Bale Mysteries by Suzanne Whitting has consistent, romantic subplots that run to cute. I'm not a romance reader, but these are pretty decent. There you go. Also recommend Penny Reed and Beard It. Nice. Are you able to change the background color of the PDFs on the PDF Guru? I don't read it through that. I extract the PDF and then I upload it to my Kindle. So I will Voxer. I'll Voxer you. Cool. I mean, I'm paid up. I'll schedule up until the 22nd in mine, and yeah. No worries. Write them all down. Oh yeah, red, white, and royal blue is one as well. If you, that's a cutesy one as well. I loved it. Nice. And the movie, I didn't realize there was a movie. Oh yes, I did. That's right. What was the Witch Fae murder mystery? That is called Fighting Destiny by Amelia Hutchins. Again, these are all on my read this year, and just recently I read that on the 22nd of September. Started reading it and finished it on the 29th. Yeah, really good. I really enjoyed it. I had a ball listening to Pretty Monster. Where is that? That's by Sheridan Ann with an E. I've just lost it. I've just seen it. Where did it go? Yeah, Sheridan Ann with an E. It has an average rating of 4 stars. The guy that done the narration for it, I got it on. I ended up purchasing the book. So here in Australia, you get the Kindle Unlimited, and then they give you an option to buy the book for $3.50. And so I bought the book for $3.50 because that book will be a fun time read anytime. Just some of the narrator in this book was so into the serial killer character that you could hear the gleeful joy coming through in his voice. It was great. But the one that was really good. But the one you're looking for, their books and a lipstick, is Fighting Destiny by Amelia Hutchins. So yeah. Happiness for Beginners by Catherine Center is another one. Nicole got me that book for Coda's birthday. I did, and I borrowed my copy off Savannah so we can read it together. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Don't worry about the dollars for now. It's already paid for. Fair enough. Okay, I know I'm not worried about it. That's cool. But if you want some dosh, just let me know. I'll send some through. Thank you for the sprints. Wishing everyone a good evening and good afternoon. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks. Go and check it out. No worries. Calibri is a free software used to create ebooks, but you can use it to convert from EPUB to PDF, Kindle, etc., and back. Well, there you go. I'm using I've just paid for, because Savannah's using it, she'll use it as well. So the only things that I'm paying for next year will be streaming services stuff, and PDF, which I've paid up until October, and Speechify, which I accidentally purchased 12 months worth, but I'm really liking it. It's really good for, and Savannah's also been using it as well. So it's been really good for some of the nonfiction stuff that I've been listening to that I got off the Read It Now, because one of the bookbuzz.net have a lot of nonfiction stuff, and I'm auto approved for that. So I've got every month they've had about 20 to 25 books to choose from. So I've been getting a lot of the the nonfiction stuff from there and just having a read, and a lot of mental health illness, surrounded like eating disorders, also learning difficulties such as ADHD and all that sort of stuff. So things that I'm interested in, not just reading them for the sake of reading them, things that I'm actually interested in. So I've been using Speechify to do that. And I think I found my favorite AI generated voice, and her name is... she's great. She's got an English accent, not a strong one, but her name is Sophia. I like the sound of Sophia's voice when she's reading the nonfiction to me. And then there's also Kylie and Sydney, which are both AU speakers, so Aussie speakers, and Harry was the other one for male dominated, like a male voice. There's a couple other ones as well, like I'll swing through them, and a couple of US ones. It depends on the book and where the book is set. So right now, this book that I'm listening to, that I'm trying to finish up, I've got another 60 pages to go. It is about eating disorders and one girl's journey back to curing herself of it, because she claims that she is not recovering and she's not maintaining, she's cured of it. She doesn't have that problem anymore. So and we're just going through some of her diary entries and how she felt and and she named her disorder Anna. And so we're getting to know Anna and how much of a bitch Anna really was. So but she's actually talking about her eating disorder, and I think it's due to come out, or it came out last week. It's due next week or last week, I can't remember. Let me just have a look. Think Thin, it's called. Like, and she just goes on as like she's telling you about like, how she felt and why she felt like she fell into the trap and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, Thin Deep it's called. It came out in August. I think that this was one. No, it wasn't even from there. This was a nonfiction one that I actually chose. So one death people that suffer from eating disorders, there's one death every 52 minutes. 1 in 5 women suffer from it. Children as young as 5 can actually be suffering from an eating disorder. Mostly will be anorexia. More young people in 2022 than ever before. 25% of male sufferers. The highest mortality rate of mental health disorders. So there's just a lot of stuff, and this is a first-person memoir. So we're going through her diaries essentially, because she was quite the diary keeper. So it's quite interesting, and how it's all playing out and all that sort of stuff. But she says in the beginning of the book that this actually has a happy ending, whereas a lot of other people do not have that same luxury of a happy ending. So yeah. I read so many PDFs, but I like to turn them into EPUBs, and I can do that too. I can do a PDF into an EPUB to put onto my Kindle, so I can do that as well, which is probably what I'm going to do because the PDF's not opening. So I'm going to see if I can. I was just getting to that when the timer went off, and see if I can do it the other way, and then at least I can read it. Actually, I think it already went down. I think that's already on my Kindle, to be honest. Let me go to my shelf. It was just one of the new ones that I got. What was it? This Is Not a Love Story. I'm pretty sure that went to Kindle anyway, so I don't need to do that. Yeah, it did. That's cool. It already went to Kindle because I just downloaded the file and then it wasn't working, and so then I just did it to Kindle. So yeah. And that happens sometimes. Like I had it happen once before, but then I re-downloaded it and it was fine. But this one was a read it now one. So it's already archived. It's so good. Oh, excuse me. My friend had gotten me a special edition as well. Nice. You can reformat them with Collaborate after converting. So yeah, cool. There we go. Awesome. I haven't read it yet. Thanks for the info, Coda. Excellent. I use my Kindle in a dark mode and I find it reduces my migraines. Yeah. I also, all my devices have, like you can see, that's got a yellow tinge through it. All my devices are put onto eye strain because I'm on, even my computer and whatnot. But most of my glasses have that blue light blocker on them anyway. So yeah, because it's the blue light that causes the migraines and the disturbance to your brain waves and stuff. So yeah. I read on a Kobo and Kindle. I find that the PDF to EPUBs don't always format well on either device. I will try the dark mode for the PDFs and see if it works. Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. And with that, we have got to the end. So thank you to everybody that has hung out with me today. I really appreciate it. We are finishing a couple of hours early. I can't do much more. I need to go and lay down and just stay laid down and get this foot fixed. Because I want to get back to walking. Like I miss it. I didn't think I would be here yet, but yeah, I'm actually missing it and want to get out in the mornings, listen to my books. I will. I'm fine. I just got to take some Panadol and just chill and all the things. But as usual, thank you everybody for joining me. I really do appreciate you being here. And as always, keep turning those pages, and I'll see you all in the next video. Bye for now.